Okay.
Quinta 123 was first.
123. What up, Quinter? Easy first. Make sure fog wall is off. Get ourselves a nice random seed. Open up the board. Omega Poggers. We doing math. We are, in fact, doing some math. Doing some science, too, I guess you could call it. Doing some experiments, writing down data, then making calculations based on those data. For if there was exactly one rush square on a board. Well, I guess if there was two. And only two. Which of those two would, in a general sense, be best? Although, obviously, it's going to depend on synergy and the board and blah, 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 blah. But getting ourselves some numbers. So, data lobby. Browse for just the rush squares. Okay, and then it doesn't really matter, it just started up. Yo. Also assuming they have no synergy and no map progress stuff, etc., etc. No, the map progress stuff is taking into account. That's the math. That's the math. We are taking the map progress into account because we're going to do a control. We're going to do a control of how long does it just take to run through normally. How long does map progress take? So we can say, oh, normally it takes, you know, 5 minutes to get to Morth Ruins, but if you get this square along the way, now it takes 6.5 minutes. So the square took, realistically, 1.5 minutes. That's the math that we're doing. Not a particularly hard math, but it should give us a better idea than just the direct, technically you marked the square at this time.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
How much is Dragon Crest? Is 15,000? I think I do like Opaline too much. Just not having an incident is just huge.
Goodbye.
And Opaline is just so good at making you not have incidents. Okay, so we're going to start with a control. We're going to start with a very, very simple. When the number hits 0, we do like a super, super standard pathing of not assuming we're going to do the skip up the grave side. I'm going to assume we're not doing that for these squares. I mean, that could be a play in actual games, but like for now, I'm just assuming 3 path, Tialier skip, Fort of Reprimand, Morth, Church District, backside. And we're just going to run through and do no squares along the way so we can get timings. So I'm going to say timings as we go by, and then I'll ask that it gets put into the chat so that I can find it afterwards and we can write down all the numbers. All right. Go. And then for other ones that need you to go to roundtable hold and setup, I'm actually going to do that before counting the clock. Because that's something that the other player would have to do afterwards anyway. So it's, again, a 0 time loss to do that because you have to do it eventually. That's my idea. Think about only the actual time that is lost accomplishing a square. So, for example, there's a theoretical time loss in a lot of boards of 0 seconds for doing Ancient Dragon Man, because he might be literally required along the way anyway in order to unlock a part of the map that you might need to do. However, there is the slight cost of doing ADM first of, well, now you have to kill him with a suboptimal setup. You can't go, you know, gather a bunch of stuff elsewhere first and then come back to ADM. It's like, just go with whatever you have at the start. Yeah, I am assuming no grace there. The spear +7 is interesting. That'd be funny if somehow there was like a board where you were relying on that spear for your kill a boss +0. And it's the +7 spear. And you're like, no, I can't win anymore. Okay, good. We're actually going to have a good comparison here because we did not get screwed over. Can anyone look back in... I forgot to call it out. Look back at just when we touched the Tialier Grace. Just whatever the time was on the clock when I touched the Tialier Grace, because I forgot to call that out. Heard there was math. Indeed. A little bit of science and math. A little bit of experimenting and then calculating our results. Okay, we lost like a second there having to swing twice, but whatever. I'm even gonna assume, I'm gonna give like all opportunity costs to our control. I'm gonna assume that you get this Fort of Reprimand 1. Killer Grace at 230 exactly. Thank you. So far, Tialier 230. Next is gonna be when I get to Morth Ruins. So this is just our control to start. if this pathing was quite optimal. I think it actually was. That actually seemed like good pathing. All right. So it's at 451. 451 is Morth. And then the most common way that you need to go eventually is backside of Shadowkeep. So I'm going to count that. Morth 451. Awesome. Yeah, that was a little bit of a scary one. I'm going to take the opportunity cost here of grabbing the Grace, because there are reasons I might need it, but that's fine. As something to compare against, I don't think the comparisons are going to be different by like 1 or 2 seconds. Although, who knows? Maybe they would be. You would always grab O Mother. They were asking for me in Tom's chat earlier. What's the first 5 minutes you're gonna have to restart? We will be after we get a time for our control. I assume they want to do more games. If there's people that need to practice, we could do games. This is what I want to do as my thing that I think would help me out the best, more than doing a bunch of games, because I feel good at just doing games. I just feel like I don't yet know enough. The problem with doing games is you don't want to experiment and practice in the middle of a game. The problem is someone tells you about a skip and you go, oh, well, I'm not going to do that now. I'll learn that later. And then if you never take the time to learn it and all you're doing is a bunch of games, then you never get that stuff that you're... Like today I heard about there's a skip from Egon down to the Forge that I'm like, I've never practiced that before. I don't know what that is. Obviously I wouldn't just do that in a game, but... that's something I could learn and then later do in games. I could have made this as one of my timings, but I put it as the church district, so we'll call that. We'll call it church district for the timings. Y'all are DLC people anyway? Yeah. We often practice with 4 DLC people. Games are fun. I can understand why they want to do a lot of games. It's a little weird, though, that the 2 people that want to do the games all the time are constantly forced to be not practicing what they'd actually do. All right, ready for time. We're going to touch the Grace at 816. 816 Churchwater District. Or Church District. Church, that's what it's called. 816. Backside Shadowkeep. That's not backside yet, actually. That's Church District. Backside is going to be the Grace that is... I think it's literally called Shadowkeep, comma, Backside, which is on the way to the loft. Why is it day? Is it day? Did he just see me despite it being night? It's supposed to be night, and he's not supposed to see me. But oh well. Yep. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes I think of that one as backside Shadowkeep access as well, but it's like, it's technically not really... You're not really in Shadowkeep until you get to the, like, inside, you know? Okay, last one's gonna happen as soon as we touch this last grace, and then our control will be finished. Looks like it's right around the 10-minute mark. If you just wanted, if you were like, there's no rush squares here, all I'm gonna do is go backside of Shadowkeep. Looks like it takes around 10 minutes. So 10, 15, 10, 15 is our control. All right. Give me back all those numbers. Backside was 10, 15. Church District was 8, 16. Tialier was 2, 30. And Morth was 4, 51. All right. There is our full control. That everything else will be compared against. Okay. Now, for some of these things, we can measure it directly, because it's just like a direct, you go do one thing off of the path. And then for others, we're gonna have to restart a little, and then do it that way. So, yo, good morning. Have fun with practice and keep it going. Yo, thanks, Oikawa. So, for example, if I now go get set up, well, imbued sword keys wouldn't take that. I can measure it directly. Because we can just travel to Morth Ruins and then just directly measure the time that it takes for imbued sword key. And then we can also do verdigris discus right after. So that'll be 2 birds with 1 stone here. That we can measure both directly how much time, assuming all you had was Morth Ruins, does it take. And we're going to assume that it is not necessary to go to the Grace in front of, or back of Castellensis. Okay, so we'll go at 13 minutes. And then we'll just measure it directly. So starting this one at 13 minutes. We'll figure out the exact opportunity cost of getting this. Obviously, there's potential synergies if you also need, you know, Dry Leaf Dane or whatever, but... Okay, so that took till 13:35, so it's 35 seconds just to get to this Grace. Which we can keep in mind if we're doing Dry Leaf Dane. You think the age of Souls-likes are over? Why? There never was an age of Souls-likes. What do you mean? There's just been, like, some pretty good Souls-likes. There's, like, under 10 total Souls-likes that exist. Maybe not under 10. There's, like, around 10 total Souls-likes that exist. I don't know if you'd call that an age. I mean, at least ones that people care about at all. All right, so that was at 14:26, I think. 14:26, so a minute 26 for the sword key. That really is not a lot. Minute 26 for sword key. Oh, I went totally wrong here, but honestly, it's not even that bad. It was like maybe 5 seconds slower than it should have been. That's fine. There was a trend of Souls-likes ever since Liza P. or Elden Ring. Liza P. is an example. No, was just one game after Elden Ring. It was Lies of P. It was a really good game. That's not a trend. And 1539. So 239. 239 for Verdigris Discus. 239 out of the way actually doesn't sound that great. So, but let's write that down. Let's write that down. So, we directly measured the differential for imbued sword keys and Verdigris Discus is here. Differential was, I said 239? Is that what I said? 239? And what did I say for imbued sword key? Anyone paying attention to what I say and putting it in the chat? 35 seconds. Dry leaf Dane. Thank you for that. 35 seconds to the grace. Thank you. We will remember that. I just said 239. Okay, how about when I grabbed the imbued sword key? Guess it seemed that way at least. I mean, it's only because just like there are a few Souls-likes and they all get attention because people really like Souls-likes. So like there never was an age of Souls-likes because there has never been a flood of Souls-likes. There's never been, you know, here's the 100 Souls-likes. And that age won't end if there was one because people still just like Souls-likes. It's just a fun genre that people like. So there will still continually be more, but, you know, getting, like, maybe 1 or 2 a year that we like is, like, pretty neat, you know? Whereas if you're, like, oh, shooters, it's like, bro, you can, if you're looking for every shooter, even the ones that don't do so well, like, bro, there's hundreds a year, maybe? Whereas Souls-likes, there's legitimately 1 or 2 a year. It's just everyone gets attention because people want more Souls-likes. 130 for sword key. Okay, thank you. It was exactly 130? Did I say exactly 130? Was it not like 131? I want to say it wasn't an even number, but sure, close enough. 130 for sword keys, 239 for Verdigris Discus. Okay, that makes sense. That is at least close enough. A 130, I misheard 113. That sounds better. That sounds better. Thank you. Also, it's weird how Excel formats it as a time of day instead, but 007 GoldenEye is best shooter. True. Not actually, but true. Okay, anyway. That's those two out of the way. Ooh, for Drain the Water, I can go from Church District to Backside while draining the water, and then take the difference of my controlled Church District to Backside versus my with Drain the Water Church District to Backside to get the differential there. That's a smart way to do it, saving ourselves time. Literally didn't finish Elden Ring, but got far enough in your book. Nice. All right, I did sort of... The timing's going to be a little weird because I don't get the animation of lighting the grace, but I think that takes about 2 seconds. So I'll go at like 20:02 and we'll call it good enough. Okay, so it's whatever the difference is of 20 minutes. Memorize these times and use them to come up with a route through the bingo. You can't exactly come up with a route through the bingo. That's not like exactly how it works, but it's just so that I can basically I want to rank all the squares from fastest to slowest in terms of total time away from what you want to do that it takes, if that makes sense. Like, you want to go to the backside of Shadowkeep at some point anyway, so draining the water probably only takes like 30 seconds out of the way of that. Maybe a bit longer, the cutscene and all. But like, probably less than a minute out of your way to drain the church water. Assuming at some point in the match you were going to go backside of Shadowkeep anyway. Well, if you die like that, it doesn't really count. Guess we'll have to recount it. Okay, we'll go at 22:02 this time. Unfortunate, yeah, but it can just happen. It's very rare that you get hit by 2 bats, because if you get hit by 1 bat, you live. It's very rare that 2 of them will catch you, because the average number of bats that catch you is 0. If rounded to the nearest whole number of bats that catch you, the average is 0. So getting 2 that catch you is exceptionally rare. But it can happen, and it could lose you the match. Is it because of their random spawn placement? I have no idea what it's because of. Couldn't tell you. All I can tell you is that it doesn't usually happen, and if it does, it's real bad. Like, I believe there should be no... What was I even gonna say? There was a thought that I had, and then I lost it. Okay, 1 bat caught us, but that's fine. Okay. I sort of simulated stopping for the skidoo tree, but, like, technically I can't really... Oh, but I can't... Okay, take out from 18... This would normally be just down as we go. I'll go from maybe 18 to 38, so take out 20 seconds. Now we have to take out more. 30 seconds? Wow, this takes forever to come down. We'll go from 18 to 48. No, it's more than 30 seconds to come down. From 18 to 58. I'm going to wait till 58. And then we'll go from there. So take out 40 seconds. Starting from 22, taking out 40 seconds. Starting from 22, taking out 40 seconds. So think of it as starting from 22:40, although the math will be probably easier the other way. And like I would grab that. And then like this is the touching. 35, 25, 35. We'll call it 25, 35. So 335 minus 40, 255. 255. $255 for drain the water. Drain the water, drain the water, drain the water, drain the water is there. $255. Compared with 159. So it took 56 seconds of differential. That's more than I expected. But not like too much. Yeah, so it's right around a minute of extra time that it takes to drain the water if you're already going through. Okay. That's really not bad though. That's really not bad. Name spoilers. Okay. What else could we time without having to go too far out of our way? Kindred cookbooks. Kindred cookbooks, we can actually time each individually. 2 that you go to from Morth Ruins that you'd have to get through to anyway. Although slightly it's... You'd probably actually go from Fort of Reprimand. Yeah, you definitely would go from Fort of Reprimand to that then there. So we should... Okay, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of things to write down. Quenter, do you got me on writing things down? Okay, I'm gonna start from having dropped down, because I think that just makes the most sense. I'm just gonna start from here. Keyboard is ready. All right, starting at 2900 is when we're gonna start. I'm starting with the control. 2900. I'm going to start by going directly to Morth Ruins so we can get the timing of just this running section. Then instead, I'm going to veer off towards the... towards the Kindred Cookbook on a second attempt of it. I don't know how to show you guys the results we're getting. I'm currently just putting them in an Excel sheet, but we're starting to get some data for better and worse squares. All right, end at 29:54. So 54 seconds if I don't pick up the cookbook. Kindred cookbooks, it's hard beeline to forget Kindred. Forge. I was like, oh, there's just an extra T. Autocorrect. And you always maintain 0.8% with the actual factor when the Ghostwind Dragon has a wild bouncy breath or lands on you for no reason. Yep. It's always like that. End 29:54. So our control is 54 seconds from Fort of Reprimand to Morth. Now we're going to go from... We'll just go from 31:00 to make it easy. Okay. Paste the sheet unformatted in the chat. Ah, that'd be perfect. Okay, so that would make 1. And I don't think I know the, like, optimal pathing to Morth Ruins, but... Oh, that ended up basically perfect. It should be nice if you could aggro on things on the way to Kindred. Yeah, maybe. And 32:28. Okay, so... One Kindred cookbook. Took 138 minus 54. So 38 plus 6 is 44 seconds for the most optimal cookbook. That one I know is the most optimal for sure. Okay, now we'll start at, let's say, 33:30, so I don't have to wait another 30 seconds. Starting at 33:30. Write that down, 33:30. And then we'll go to the Kindred cookbook here, see how long that takes. And we'll see how long it takes in the other one as well. I'm going to grab the incant because there's a... you know, potential synergy, whatever, but that's more something to be thought about on a specific board. $34.27. So 57 seconds. That makes this currently second place for optimal. And then the third one we can test out, which forces you to get 3-path cross, but let's assume that you already were going to anyway. Yo, what up, Shade Wolf? And we'll start at 3500. Start at 3500. Write that down. 3500. Let's see how fast I can get the Kindred cookbook this way. I also do not know the exact optimal torrent pathing here to have the least number of jumps or whatever, but whatever, close enough. No. 36:10. 36:10. So that's a minute 10 differential. Oh, but the reason is because if you need exactly 2 of them, even though this one costs 13 seconds more than the other book, it lets you immediately mark the other book without having to go to Morth Ruins. Ah. That's why you would do this one if you were doing 2 and you were rushing it. Okay. But the opportunity cost then still for this, the differential total is a 154 for 2, or the 3 of those together, a 154 plus a 57 makes a 251. 251 for 3. Which is, surprisingly, the worst of the ones we've got so far. That feels like a very rushable one, but it does definitely have an opportunity cost to getting those Kindred cookbooks. I mean, we have been testing kind of the absolute fastest ones so far, but I was maybe expecting Kindred cookbooks to do a little better than that. If you only need 2 of them, it's still better than Verdigris Discus. But if you need 3 of them, it's worse. Is what it looks like. In terms of total opportunity cost. Okay. Other ones we can just do. Perfumed Oil of Rana is one I can just go get. I'm expecting this one to be very, very bad. Very, very out of the way, but we can check. We can check. Better to check and know that it's bad than to somehow miss that it's the greatest thing ever. Is there a lot of Prospect Town play in this square set? Well, this is not a real square set. This is not what a real square set would look like, so we'll go from 3900. Write that down. 3900. We're going. This is not a real square set. This is, oops, all DLC rush squares. So, you know, you can make that call on a board, but the way that I'm testing things is assuming, for the moment, no synergy, and then you figure out the synergy, right? Like, oh, I can either get one single, you know, square that normally costs only a minute, which would be incredible, or I can go for 2 squares that each cost a minute and a half, but a minute and a half is still amazing. You'd rather go for the 2 that cost a minute and a half rather than the 1 that costs only a minute. Because of the, you know, if you get that, like, synergy of them. gonna grab this Grace. I'm gonna grab Cerulean Coast, but I'm not gonna grab the others. I'm gonna assume it's a rush enough, but not like so much of a rush that it's like give up on getting any map at all. How do you feel about adding the S to the end of math? Well, it's a British thing to do. It's I don't think that's how abbreviations of things generally work, but I haven't thought about it enough to have a bunch of examples or counterexamples ready. But it doesn't feel... Math feels like a singular thing to me. Feels like a verb which I don't think verbs can be plural. Right, because if I say let's math it out, you guys know what that means. That sounds logical, even if like technically math isn't, I think, officially a verb. But let's maths it out sounds absurd. You could just say do the math or do the maths, and those both sound fine. Is are. Is those verbs? I think you would follow the coast if you wanted to rush it. Which is a little spooky because like everything aggroes at you, but that way you can get to right here. I started this one at 39, right? So yeah, this has already been a little while. Maths is short for mathematics, though. Yeah. But it could also be short for mathematic. I mean, it generally isn't, but... Or mathematical. Or... And 30, 43.30. Took 430 of opportunity cost. That's, yeah, that's not great. That's not great. It's not the worst thing ever, though. 430 is not, like, that horrendous. I could see that not being the worst rush square. It's definitely not the top one. It's definitely not any of the top ones, but... I could see that not being the worst. Is 430 with the Grace, though? That's with already having the Tialier Grace that I assume you would pick up anyway, obviously. And that is with I grabbed the Elac River Cave and the Cerulean Coast Graces along the way. Maths is short for math skitball. Yes, yes, of course. I mean the Coast Grace. No, that was from Tialier. That was from Tialier. I'm assuming all of these with no direct synergy is maybe the way that I should put it. I know that it has less opportunity cost if you also wanted Lightning Ram or Mariga or things like that, but I'm assuming that in most paths, you will already have 3-path cross. In most paths, you will already have pillar path cross. In most paths, you already have Morth Ruins. And in most paths, you will eventually get Church District High Road, Church District entrance, and or storehouse back section. So any of those I'm counting as my starting points, where the opportunity cost is how far does it take from them. Whereas something like Cerulean Coast, some boards, it's no cost to get that because you were going to get it anyway because you needed it for another square. And some boards, it's pure cost. It just takes time to get there, and you're just giving up other map progress. So I'm starting with assuming no direct synergy, and then, you know, in your brain, you have to calculate the synergy. Format such that you're full sending on oil play with no other ELAC, though. Yeah. Basically, I'm just calculating how long would this one take on its own. All right, so that was the perfumed oil of Rana. I don't know how that keeps getting ticked up. Does anyone know what's ticking that up? What action I'm doing is ticking it up? Because I'm not hitting the tick up button on my keyboard. So I don't know why that one's ticking up sometimes or down. Okay. What is the next one that we could conceivably measure? We could go 1 DLC Legendary Ash Summon from Morth Ruins. That's an easy enough measurable one. How long does it take to sit at a grace versus light it? I think it's actually similar. We can always, I think we can just always sit at a grace instead of lighting them and call it a day. All right, so we're gonna go to 1 DLC Legendary Ash. Then after that, we're gonna get a 2nd DLC Legendary Ash. And then if it's 3, that's just obviously not a rush square. So, like, we don't even consider it. Okay, so we'll start at 4730. Write that down. 4730. 4730 is our start. Start 4730. Thank you, thank you. Can anybody think of any other examples of words that are plural that you shorten to a like mathematics to math, especially ones with S at the end? I know there are other ways that words can be pluralized, but mathematics is not plural. It doesn't feel plural to me either, but like that's the only reason you would say maths is if it is plural. I know that it doesn't feel plural, but like it has to be for that to even be a consideration, right? I am just going to consider that you would get this grace every time. Shorten the mask because it has an S at the end, which makes it seem plural. Oh, so it's just straight up, it's just not plural. Well, mathematics. I don't know. Isn't it plural? But like, even so, can you think of other plural words that we shorten so that we can get an idea of the general what you would do? Mathematics are hard. Yeah, I would never say, I would say mathematics is hard. I would say is. I would treat it as a singular. You're entirely right. I would treat it as a singular grammatically. I think even Yeah, I think even British is maths is hard. No, do they say no? Actually, I think they do say maths are hard. I think it's just a completely like treating it as singular versus plural. Okay, what time did I start at? This one seems fast. Not gonna lie, this one seems fast. We singularize it too. Oh. Well, that's weird then. And 35. Was it 49:30? It was 47:30. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, what? So it took... Wait, 47th? Are you sure? So it took 3 minutes and 5 seconds? Because that seems... longer. I don't know. If you wrote it down, right? You did write it down. 47:30. It was. So 3... Huh, that is longer than I thought then. And that's for a single one. I guess it does kind of suck. There is a positive to doing this. Okay, so the first one cost 305. 305. First one cost 305. The second one theoretically is going to cost even longer, but all right. So I'm going to warp away and count that as part of the time because you would have to warp away. I'm going to warp at 5200. Start at 5200. I don't know what any of the squares actually are. I'm just monkey typing numbers. Yep. That is the fastest DLC legendary Ash. Yes. This other one forces you to go through an entire forge. So I'm going to guess this is going to show as a smaller number, but only because I already have the grace there. I'm going to take the slight opportunity cost of picking this up, which I think is longer than 2 seconds, actually. That feels like a really long time. Like 5 or something almost, maybe. I like when peoples and persons are used. This should be dialectic evolves, maths become math, color become color, and so on. Peoples and persons. I don't get the peoples and persons example. I don't know if this is like exactly the fastest pathing, but I think it's close enough. And I don't think there's a skip directly up there. Maybe there is? Uh, 36. 54, 36. So 236 is the second one. 236. So It either costs 305, which thus far is only better than Oil of Rana, or a staggering 5 minutes and 41 seconds if it's 2. Or if it rolled as 3, then it's just not a rush square. It requires you to kill Bale. Like, it's a ridiculous amount of stuff you need to do for it. Just S being added when there aren't needed, I guess. Although technically, peoples and persons can be correct if used for multiple groups of peoples or persons at once, like fishes too. Yeah. That's why, like, I would use... I think I may have used maths before, but not to describe a single math thing, but multiple math things. Like, if I were to... I don't know, like, instead of saying math classes, like, if I have multiple classes of maths, be like, yeah, I got, like, 7 maths on my schedule. Is what I would say, you know? 7 is obviously an exaggeration, but you know. Oh, what's your you know, what's your schedule like? You know, you just got your schedule at school. It's like, all right, I've got gym, I've got English, and I got 2 maths. Oh, what are your 2 maths? Oh, I've got calculus and I've got statistics. That's the way that I would use maths. I would have the plural of math. Three passers-by, not 3 passer-bys. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Wouldn't math be a subject which is singular? Within math are math problems which are plural. Yeah, but I'm saying you could have multiple subjects. So that's why that's how I would use maths, is for multiple subjects. Maths, both calculus and statistics. Pretty new to this. What is the meaning of the letters inside the brackets of the squares? It is to denote who performs the square. The DLC person, the base game person, which none of these are that we're mathing right now. Or C for combined or co-op, meaning both of us, like, contribute. Okay, I can do Turtle Talisman. That's an easy one to look at. Similar to the other one, we're going to start from Tialier. I'm going to have to do the skip again and all that. Even though I could just go from Elac River, but then I'd have to know the timing, which I didn't write down earlier. Starting at 5800. 5800 for Turtle. 5800. Wouldn't that be math classes? Yeah, I'm talking shorthand. I'm talking... You're... talking with your friend. You know, like... Yes, if I were to be formal, I would say I have 2 math classes. But, like, I don't want to always do that. Sometimes I just want to be like, yeah, I got math next. I don't want to be like, I have math class next. I'm going to my first math class of the day. I'm going to math. Yeah, it's my first math of the day. Yeah, I got 2 maths today. Dog ahead. Again, treating it like we would do that for the opportunity. So at the end of this all, we can put all the squares onto a tier list, and I can rank all the squares, you know, S rank to F rank of how good of a rush square they are, from all the ones that I randomly picked as possible rush squares, even though there's... I'm not testing every square, so I might miss one that actually ended up being decent, but I just didn't put it on. And A lot of these that I put on, I think, are going to end up being so terrible that I shouldn't have even called them a rush square. Okay, we started this one at 5800, right? So 10012, but actually, in order to warp away, it's actually gonna be 10027. 212 or 227, depending on how you count it. Okay. How do you weigh them all to include synergy and stuff? I won't. I'll just treat them as if you were rushing it, how good it will it be, and then it's up to you to synergize. That's your skill. A tier list can only tell you the general things. You have to use your brain, look at a board, and go, ah, this square that is normally an F tier rush combines with this other square that's a C tier rush. And all of a sudden, I can get those two squares faster than my opponent can get the one S tier rush, but then they've got nothing else they can do, and they have to go for something that's, like, not a rush square that's going to cost them 10 minutes. So that is up to you and the board. That is not something that I'm going to quantify with. And especially because, like, in a bingo board that has so few objectives on it, the chance of there being good synergy is not zero. Absolutely not zero. But it's a lot lower than it would be on a 1v1 board. So it's highly possible that there are only two rush squares on the board. And all I need to do is notice there are two, decide which one is better, and win it. Right? And as long as I then do that, I'll be in a good spot. And if there are three rush squares, then you start to look at synergy. That's madness. Oh, the format of two-player base and DLC teams. Yeah, it's very cool. What else can we easily test without having to, like, do too much? I guess I'll also write down additional notes on each square. Also relies on base game. Leaves you in combat. Okay, any other ones that we had notes on so far? Oh, the imbued sword key. You will not get this before base game does. So that one, yeah, isn't even, like, really a rush. I probably shouldn't have even put that one on there. Which is the easiest larval tier. So, there's the easiest, most synergistic, and then there's the fastest. The fastest three are, without even going into Skidoo Altus at all, it's this one, go around this one. Those are the fastest three. If that's your rush square and you want to beat your opponent on it, you have to do all of that, and it's honestly, I actually don't even think it's, like, that great of a square because it does require so much extra running. But that's what we're going to test. That's what we're going to test that we have not tested yet. That will just require restarting, I think. Will make for the best test. Actually, I guess I don't have to restart. I guess I can test it as is. It doesn't matter if I already have the graces, because I can just approximate it by sitting down at them instead of touching them. Will there be any 2v2 matches tonight? I don't know. Maybe. It wasn't my plan. This is the thing that I think will help me the most tonight, but if people are around and they need me for a fourth, and if I say yes, then matches happen, and if I say no, then no matches happen, and everyone's sad, and it's my fault, then yeah, I'd play some matches. But that was not my plan for the night. Larval tears and crosses. Yeah. Crosses feels like it's so many to pick up that, like, it feels like it would be better to start over, but I guess I don't have to. All right, starting this one at 106. Go! Write that down. 10600. We're gonna pretend that I picked that one up because I missed it, but nah, fine. We'll go back. We'll do it again. Dang it. Never mind. We'll go at 10700. Because I just missed it. I'm the silly Billy. All right, 107. Depot Torrent. Try synergy practice. Make boards, see if you can quickly find the best synergy squares that put you the most ahead. That's what I was practicing yesterday, but I think in order to have a good idea of that, I want to do this first to inform the synergy. If that makes sense. Like, without knowing what ones are good on their own, it becomes harder to gauge the synergy. Because what if, yes, there are two that are, like, technically close together, but by going for one, you lose out on the other, so you didn't actually get any synergy? Or what if there are two that are, like, technically close together, but in trying to kind of work your way towards both as synergy, you lose one because you were going for synergy instead of rushing? Or alternatively, what if there are two that are close together, but they're both so bad that even though they have synergy, you still end up losing to somebody else who just does two with no synergy that were just both faster? I'm going to assume that takes roughly the same time as... Just burnt your popcorn. Aw, man. Worst part is I'm still gonna eat it. Yeah. You got to at that point. Are bingo matches open book? Can you reference your spreadsheets? I would assume so. I mean, I just have to find a way to have it open on my other monitor. I'm pretty sure Kata said he had something like that for the season he was in, where it was him and Puppery. Or maybe I'm making that up, but thought there was something like that. I don't think my pathing was optimal, but whatever. I don't think that's even, like, an enforceable thing. Okay, ready to write the number down? Ready to write the number down. 110. 25. Except that it's actually not that, because I'm actually going to then continue on from here to Tialier, and we're actually going to compare it to the normal, just run straight to Tialier. I've lied and baited you all. Whereas we started that at 107. Oh, okay. Rude. And then assuming it's a rush, you would need, or no. This is after you would rush, so I'm gonna do the, my pathing's a little, but whatever. I would get this, and then I would head to Tialier. That movement probably cost me, let's say 2 seconds. We'll strike 2 seconds off the record. For bad movement there. Started 107.00. And then we'll get to Tialier. .57, 111.57, so 111.55 from 107 is 455. 455 to get to Tialier. Larval Tears. 455. It took us originally 230, so that costs a differential of 225. That's the actual opportunity cost of grabbing them. If you needed to rush them by getting those 3 larval tiers, which are 2 of them are like the worst larval tiers to get, but that's what you get. 225. Probably add back the 2 because no grace lighting, or 1 second anyway. No, because I like touched the grace here. I don't think there was any grace that I didn't, like, I sat at the 3-path cross instead of lighting it, so I cost myself the same amount of time that lighting it would take. And then I ended the timing for both of them on touching this grace. So the timing is the same for both of those. Yeah. Okay. So that's larval tiers accounted for. Currently, it's kind of middle of the road of the ones we've tested so far, but we've mostly tested good ones. So middle of the road for good ones is pretty good, pretty neat for sure. Ding. Okay, what next? DLC Ashes of War could be, it requires a setup. Are there any others that don't require setup? I guess Mikula crosses. DLC Talismans is often a rush. Yes. Yes, that is on the board. We can test that in all of its various numbers. Yeah, we can do that. We can do DLC Talismans in all of its various numbers. Let's do DLC Talismans next. It will require touching that grace. So we're going to, I'm gonna, there's multiple. Oh, wait, though. Hold on. How am I gonna get the opportunity costs for this correct? Hold on. One, two. One, two, three. 3 can be measured directly to Tialier. Although if you're rushing it, you would skip Tialier. So I guess I can't. I think I have to measure them separately. The 3, 4, or 5 DLC talismans, because it's one that can be 3, 4, or 5. So I think I have to measure them all separately and restart each time. I think that's a restart angle for the DLC talismans, so I don't think I measure that now. I don't think that one's an easy one to just measure right away. Blessings of America, it's very easy to measure. Yeah, Blessings of America should be pretty easy to measure. Only if it's 2. If it's 3, the only third Blessings of America you can get reasonably are from Tree Sentinel Duo or... What would be the third? Or the other third? There's another third, right? There's another potential third. What would you do outside of Tree Sentinel Duo? 3 kind of changes the square completely. Yeah. So probably that's not a rush. That just isn't a rush if it's 3, but that's fine. But I just want to remember for myself. The other potential third is the other Tree Sentinel. No. There's another one. There's at least 5 Blessings of America in the DLC. 2 from Tree Sentinels, the 2 that you would pick up if it's a rush square, and then there's definitely at least 1 more. I just can't remember where. There's only 4, I think. I don't think that's right. Let me double check. Let me check the internet. Blessing of America. Gravesite Plain, Church. Oh, it is just those 4. Never mind then. Never mind. Okay, okay. Well, then I know them all at least. Okay, so we're going to assume it's 2 for the sake of rushing. I just left the square intact as I put it in with its variable number. But we're going to measure it as though it's 2. So the way we're going to do that is we're just going to directly measure how long it takes to get this one. And then we're going to do a differential for the second one. So the first one, we will start at 1:18:30. 1:18:30 for the first one. $1:18:30, go. Now the question of, do you get a tiny bit greedy and grab the skidoo fragments on the way through? I think you do. And then you, like, skip Tialier. Because I think that saves you more overall time. And 2 skidoo that you would, like, never come back for is pretty worthy. Like, 2 skidoo is a lot, and it only cost me probably, like, 3 seconds, maybe? And you have to get that warp out right away, and then we'd be able to start moving again at 7:38 to 38. 1:18:30 to 1:19:38, so it's a 108 cost for the first one. Where is it? Blessings of America. 108 for the first one, and then the second one is like a couple seconds. It's really not bad at all, but we'll measure it anyway. Really, just really clear night, or did you just get there without aggro? It's night. It's a very clear night. I got there without aggro because it's night. I'm gonna measure it from after Tialier skip, because I feel like there's too much variability in the skip itself. Oh, what am I doing? And also, variability in me messing up the skip. The 2 skidoo here is like 1 second extra. It's definitely more than 1 second, but it's definitely less than like a lot of seconds. It's definitely like 2 or 3. Huh, with a quit out, you can make it down without even taking damage. All right. Slightly weird spot to start from, but I guess I'm going to start from like this rock pointing here. So we'll start at 1:21:20, I guess. It's exactly between 1 second and a lot of seconds, yeah. 1:21:20. We're going to start with the control, straight up to Fort of Reprimand, Light the Grace. And then the second one is going to be grab Blessing America, then go back down, then go back up, and Light the Grace. Because that is the order you would do it in. I guess I'm also going to skip this since it doesn't matter, since we would have done that either way. And it's already done on this file. I'm not going to pretend for it. And touch. 59. So 1:21:20 to 1:21:59 is 39 seconds. That will be subtracted from whatever we get when we get the Blessing America and then redo the jump. Oh. Or the skip won't let me do the jump. 39 seconds. 39 seconds. Thank you all. Thank you all. It kind of... Please let me jump. It kind of sucks that you set it to night for things because it makes it so much harder to see things like this skip. This skip is so much easier in the day. But, like, you want the lack of aggro from night. All right, we go from approximately the same spot. We'll go at 1:23:30. 1:23:30. That lower rock on a slope, you want to go to the slightly higher one? Huh? And then you avoid the castle. Grab this. Assume that you get the mark first. Drop back down. And 22. So that is 52 seconds. 52 compared to our 49? Or no, compared to our 39. So it costs 13 seconds. 13 seconds lost to pick it up. For a grand total differential of 121. Our second lowest yet. Our second lowest yet. The only one lower was to drain the water in the church district, which has the obvious opportunity cost, since it is literally very fast. It has the extra cost of, yeah, but you don't get it for a while, which also is technically could be a benefit. Like, if you really want backside of Shadow Keep access for the board, it's like hiding your progress. Like, imagine, right, your opponent goes for Larval Tears, which takes 225 away from them. 225 slower that they would be to get their next square. You go to drain the water. They're thinking this whole time, oh, he hasn't marked anything yet. I probably sniped him on Larval Tears. And you're like, nope, I was going for drain the water this whole time. And all of a sudden they see, boom, you've got backside access. And they're still at like Morth Ruins. And they're like, what the hell just happened? They wouldn't actually be at Morth Ruins if they were going directly. They'd probably be like a little past Bonnie or something. But still, they'd be like, what the heck? But anyway. Drain the water does open a lot of map with back access. Yeah, it's a very board specific. So I'm even going to put that as a little note here. Board specific hides progress and unlocks backside. But really bad if backside isn't important early. Because, like, you know, if there's multiple rush squares and you go for drain the water, you're probably losing the other rush squares as well. You could do drain the water as your second rush square. You just couldn't do it as your first one. Otherwise, you'd be giving up, like, whatever the other one is. A larval tier and cookbook right outside the church district entrance too, so you can get all that map and possibly the little extra too. There's a cookbook outside the church entrance? You're outside, like, this church entrance. There is? Oh. Near the flying skeletons. Because I knew about the larval tier. It's right there. How close to the church? We hadn't... Is it... So the church is south of me. So west is this way. East is this way. Is it west or east of the road to the church? Is it out, like, around the church? Is it behind? It's west of the tunnel. Oh, it's by the... No, I think I have seen this one before. Oh, I think you're... Yeah. I think I have seen... Yeah. Go the way you're not going. Okay. No, I think I have seen this one before. And I was like, when would that ever come up in a match? But, like, it could. It's possible. Is it up here? Or is it... Those are flying skeletons, I think. All over here, all the way over here. Yeah, that's a little out of the way. It's still not like the greatest thing ever, but yeah, there's definitely a possibility. Interesting. Oh, also I should put on a note for the Blessings of America. Gets you 2 extra skidoo. Well, I guess that's a note. Gets you 2 extra skidoo. Probably skip 3 path and Tialier to win it. Or no, actually, I guess you don't skip Tialier because you do Tialier skip. You climb up the gravestones and then you do Tialier skip, I believe, would be the fastest. But you probably skip 3-path cross. Probably skip 3-path to win it. Climb gravestones. Okay. Potential. Okay, good to know. Good to know about that because I don't know that I knew about that. Oh, and also, only rushable with 2. Okay, good. Yo, what up, Solar GG? Okay, what next? What could we most directly measure next? Probably Mikola crosses. Because it goes to all the things you would do anyway? I think we can measure Mikola crosses. Well, how much extra time, I guess, does it take to just do one Mikola cross? Like, to just read it? Because I could just not count the ones that are directly along where I would go anyway if I just have the time it takes extra to do a cross. I guess I can measure that real quick. So, assuming we are just near but not on a cross, I'm just going to time immediately mounting up and getting to the bridge versus walking over, touching the thing, mounting up, then getting to the bridge. So we can get just a how much time does just touching a cross take. So we'll go from 30. I'm just using the bridge as like a somewhat obvious spot to stop timing. So feet touch bridge at 44. Like 44 like 00, like flat. So 14 flat versus start at 00. And touch it at 15? So 1 second. 1 second per cross. Yeah, okay. Literally 1 second difference. That's kind of what I figured. So add 1 second for the 3-path cross one. Add 1 second for the pillar path cross one. Add 1 second for the Morth Runes cross one. If it's 3 Mikola crosses, which, is that a possibility? Can it be as low as 3? No, it can be 4, 5, or 6. But the first 3 are effectively 100% free. If it said visit 3 Mikola crosses, you could do that for 0 extra seconds. Okay, but now, how much time it will take to get over to Morth and warp back. We'll include the warp in that as well. Or, not Morth, more to his cross. Then, and that would make 4. And now, those I think would be the fastest 4. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, actually the fastest 4 would skip more and would instead go to Leda. And then the fifth one, if there's 5, you also have to do the skip. So it doesn't matter the order we do them in. I'm going to go talk to Moore first. So we're going to leave at 1:35:20. 1:35:20. I guess just how quick is the 4th cross? Yeah. 1:35:20. I am also going to assume that I grab this grace here, although maybe that's silly. Maybe you can't grab this grace and also win the square. But it feels like it shouldn't take that long because you just do a pivot warp. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a pivot warp on it and call that probably good enough. Do not tab me out like that, game. And end when we would be able to torrent up again right now. 07. 136.07. 136.07 is 47 for that one. One, two. Okay, we go from Morth. To Leda. We'll time this one as the 4th. And then we'll go from Leda to there to the 5th, which is going to take me extra time. 46 if it doesn't tab you out. That's a good point. And it was almost 46 anyway. I counted it slightly late. So we'll actually call it 46. That's a good point. If it doesn't tab me out, that's definitely 46. Okay. Call that one 46. Don't mount up yet. We'll go at 137.30. Nine 30. Pretend like I would pick that up. Because I would. And then I assume that I would do a pivot warp. So 05, 138.05. And then I messed this up. So we'll go again from there, from 138.05. 138.05 is a difference of 35 seconds for that one. As I suspected, that was faster than more. 035. And then lastly, I need to remember my pathing. Wasn't there like a skip? I need to practice this before I just send it for timing. What was the... You did this to go to the rock. And then what was the skip down? Somebody found like you can like jump off and then like jump back at the castle or something. Any rememberers? We were taught it by Chatter the other day. I don't. That's fair. I don't either. I'm the one who's supposed to remember that, but I did it like once and I went, that's good enough. And then I stopped, and then I didn't do it again. And I definitely should have done it more. Pretty much like that. I don't... You know, I feel like I did it at least a little bit wrong, but... Was it that? That didn't feel right. Tiny ledge that you dismount on and then you drop to the ground. Oh, so it was that. How many days ago was this? A week-ish? On the order of a week ago? Couldn't tell you exactly, though. I mean, I guess that works. So you could land on the top, or you could end up landing on the bottom, and both seem to work. As long as you're aiming for that corner. Let me practice it a few more times. It was the lower ledge, but that one works too. Ah, okay. What up, CBD? Okay. Yeah, that seems pretty solid. Okay, now we can time it. Any way that you don't die is a good way to do that jump. That's, yep. Okay, so we'll go at 141.30. 141.30. 141.30. And, whoops. Not that. I'm gonna do it again because I messed up on actually... I want to get that, then get the skidoo, then warp away as my total opportunity cost. Because that's what I would be doing. So we'll go at 142.30. Which does indicate that this didn't take all that long if I'm already back doing it again a minute later. You know, I forgot to heal Torrent. We'll one more time. One more time. . 143.00. We'll go at. And CBDing. Screw it. Torrent gets his drink even though it's going to slow us down very slightly. So I would grab this and warp away, and my opportunity cost would end right 35. Cost 35. Which is shorter even than more. So if you were doing... Wait. It's right, it's 4, 5, or 6. This would be your 5th one. Right? It's 4, 5, or 6. Yeah, it's 4, 5, or 6. So your 4th one is Leda. Your 5th one is that skip. And then your 6th one is actually more. More is actually the first one to get cut if you only need 5. And then, obviously, you cut out that skip if you only need 4. So the opportunity cost in total for this one's actually really good, is 38 seconds if you only need one, the lowest so far. Or add on another 35. 113 if you need 5. Or add on another 46. 159 if you need all 6, which is still very low. Yeah, Mikola Crosses is a goated square for sure. For sure. That's a good square. There are others that can be better, but that is a good square. Okay, any others that I can... Is it always 2 DLC armor sets, or is it 2 or 3? It's 2 or 3. If you were rushing that, which obviously it's going to depend on whether or not you need Egon alive, but... Does the skip give you any map prio at all? That might be something for the notes. It does not. It does not now. But... gives 1 extra skidoo for doing the skip. So that's useful for the notes. It does not give you any map, though. There's no reason else that you'd want to be there. Skidoo! Alright, alright. DLC full armor sets. They're... If you are allowed to kill Egon... Versus not. Hold on one second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get an energy drink real quick. I gotta... We don't have to worry about destroying our sleep schedule too much because my flight tomorrow is in the afternoon, not the morning. And my run, our commentary on Friday is at 8 p.m. when I would normally start stream. So I can be a degenerate. Even at Fast 52, I can be a degenerate. So I can afford to stay up a little. So I'm going to go grab an energy drink real quick. BRB. No, Mitch, no rules. There never were any rules. All right. So armor sets. So if Egon is there, then obviously that's like a really good one. You would always get the bear set. But like... under what circumstances would it still be worth it to get Egon set? Even if you're locking yourself out of something, is the answer never. I think the answer is never. I think it's never worth getting DLC armor sets if you lock yourself out of a later square with Egon. I think you'd have to go for it no Egon, and I think this is like only truly rushable if it doesn't matter. There's the Oathseeker set if you can't get Egon. There's also Moore's armor set if that happens to just be a square on the board. which it is here. But you would lose out on it if you went for one of those and your opponent just killed Egon. Because Egon is just always going to be faster. Because Poo Pants... Oh, wait, never mind. That's Horn Scent. Yeah, that's a different one. That's a different guy. So... the only way it could be worth it, not is necessarily, but could be worth it, is if the specific square positioning of 2 DLC full armor sets is so important that you're okay with locking yourself out of something else. Which, like, it probably, you know, isn't, but... if it's center square, I mean, I could see there being a case for it. Just get Gravebird set as one of your armor sets. Yeah, you're right. That would help a lot. What if you needed 3, but you needed to keep Egon alive? What 3 would you do if you need to keep Egon alive? Because it can roll to 3. You would go, obviously, the one by Red Bear. That's just like always, obviously, the easiest, fastest one. You just go by Red Bear. Grab that. And that one also, I guess, is pretty easy to measure if we measure it from Morth, at least. Then I guess you would get this one, and then you'd get more armor set. But if more armor set is bad because you need to do something else with more, then it's like, I don't know, it's kind of a weird spot. The one at Pata, probably. Yeah, agree. He was playing only up, but talking about something else, I don't remember what. Ah. The one in the church in the beginning. Yeah, next to Pata. The one over here. Or I think that's the church. I think it's that on the map. I mean, I guess that's fairly measurable. If we go from Morth Ruins for this one, measure that. We go from 3-Path Cross again to this one, measure that. And then more armor set we can measure independently when we're doing our more armor set square. Echo made the emote, so if he doesn't remember, then I don't know if anyone else would. Gotcha. And then we can measure killing Egon. Although it's going to be a little weird because we're going to have to measure how long it takes to get Egon's Grace, then go to Tialier, as compared with just go straight to Tialier's Grace. But that's fine. Okay, let's start with how long it takes to get this one, assuming you're going from Morth Ruins, because I think you would if you were rushing it. Let's set it to night so that I can hopefully warp out after. Or just gamble it and kill a random Mesmer soldier for his whole armor set. True, that would work. Oh, wait, stay off the mount. All right, I guess we'll go at 1:54:00. Ready, steady, go. Thank you. Start 1:54:00. I don't know if there's like a skip up these rocks here that would make it faster. I'm just going kind of around. That looks like there could have been a skip there. Oh, I got really stuck there. Maybe I should redo it with better pathing. Because that was pretty bad. Yeah, I'll redo it with better pathing. Let me go look at the pathing, in fact, even. See if there's a slight skip up at all. get up this? That looks possible. Hold on a minute. That really feels like there should be something there. Hold on. That way doesn't look as possible. It's very close still, though. Because if it hits that corner, I'm pretty sure it sticks. I don't know if you make it up from that corner, though. Or if it's possible to hit that corner. It looks so possible, though. I found this rock. Have you found this rock? Did you make it up from finding this rock? Because if you didn't, then, like, I just won't worry about it. Because it just looks so possible! I did not find anything. Okay, I'll just move on. It's fine. There's no that rock. But what about this rock? Looks actually significantly worse. Yeah, I don't think that rock. Oh. But this rock? That gets you to here. That gets you maybe up. Aha! There's a skip. But then what direction do you head to get to the armor set? Well, you head very east still from that. MPT and CBD stealing the secrets. That's right. They're trying to steal all my hard work here. I'm surely the only person who's ever thought about figuring out what's the best squares to do at any given time. SMH. Okay, that was pretty good on the line. Pretty sure we did all this in Season 4. Well, I didn't. I did not pay that much attention in Season 4. I was worried about the narratives, the story arcs, the drama of it all. Not the specific tech. So there's apparently still a lot of skips I just do not know about. It's not this rock. It's this rock. Okay, do it again. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. Okay, that seems pretty good. Probably good enough for a timing run. Can always call it off if I think it's gonna be bad. Back to the rock. Back to Dwayne. Oh, we could have started timing at 2:00:00, but now we're too late for that. We'll start at 2:09 or 2:00:10. 2:00:10 is when we're starting. And end when we are actionable again. 2:00:57. 2:00:57. So that was 47 seconds for one armor set. 2 armor sets. Oh, 47. Okay. We're gonna go for not Egon next. Egon's time technically depends on the setup, the exact setup that you get. But... are any of these armor sets actually any good to use? Yeah, I think they're pretty decent. I think they're slightly worse than the knight set, but they're also a good bit lighter. So, like, depending on how heavy your weapon is, I think they're, like, in some cases better than the knight set. In terms of efficiency of weight. But I would say in general the knight set's better, but, like, at least it saves you the runes of having to buy it. And it's not bad armor. All right, we'll go at 2:02:30. 2:30. Okay, didn't have to jump too much there. Oathseeker set is about as good while being a little lighter. Yep. Oathseeker is basically knight armor. If you get Oathseeker, there's no reason you would, like, ever buy knight armor. It's basically identical. If all you have is the Highlander set, like, you might still buy the knight set, potentially. But I think, honestly, if you get either of them, you're probably pretty happy. And you're just like, I'm set. That's my armor. It's fine. Yeah, it's stay right. Stay very right with the rats. Technically also a talisman here, but that seems a little... And then warp away, and we'll call the cost ending 32. So 2 minutes and 2 seconds for the second one. Quite a bit slower. Unsurprising, but it is what it is. So the time for this square is going to be super, super dependent on so many things. I guess we can try to measure more armor set now. So for more armor set, what is the exact spot at which the rune breaks? How far past the grace up here is it? And does it interrupt you if you try to immediately warp away after it breaks? Because if you wanted the more armor set, and your opponent hadn't marked anything yet, and you wanted to do it as a rush, you would need to break the rune, preferably do a pivot warp on the grace, and then tell him to be sad. But I don't know... I don't know how, like... whether you can do that, or whether you would need to break it, and then just immediately warp out and, like... screw this! So, does anyone know exactly how far past the bridge it starts to break? I think we have to test this one on a reset file. I think it just doesn't make enough sense. I just don't think we can reasonably test it here. Yeah. It's not too far, but not just past it. Okay. It's before the trees. Sadly, I don't know it. We'll test it. We'll reset the file and we'll test it again with actually being able to break it next time. So, yeah, we'll keep that one on the board for now for testing purposes. Like, you might still lose out on DLC full armor set. If it was 3 DLC full armor sets, is more armor set the third one that you would get if you can't kill Egon because it's forbidden? It would lock you out of stuff? I think so, right? There's no other good, I guess, fourth, technically, DLC full armor set. Not where we're saying Egon is the third that you wouldn't do. I think that's right. Okay, then is it time... Is it time to get set up and start measuring the kill squares? Bonnie Jail has the night set. How far in is that? That could actually be good, I suppose. That would be faster than the more armor set, almost certainly. It would put you in Bonnie Jail, and it would kind of suck, but... yeah, that's possible. Don't remember how far in it is. Okay, well, let's look at it at least. It's on like one of the pot ride things, right? It is still a lot of walking, even just to get to the jail. Man, there's such a low chance that I'd ever want to do this, but I mean, theoretically, it could be a good play. Armor set all the way deep into Rao base. Oh. How all the way deep in? Like at... Ornis? Or... like further? Next to the Red Bear. That's pretty far. That's pretty far. But I mean, it could be. It's got synergy, potentially. Is it just the drop down here? No. Unless. Oh, that's just a cracked spot. Right. Well, that's rude. It goes down, you stay on it, and it goes up. Oh, is it that one? Just going up? Or is it the one at the very end to get to the boss? It's probably the one at the very end. But good to remember that this is where I would get the one pot if I needed it for number 4 as a rush. If you were rushing pots as 4 pots, this is probably where you'd do it. Well, actually it might be 1 then Bellarat. Or 2, 3, 4. It just sucks to get stuck in Bellarat. Hello? Those rude dudes. Yeah, this one wouldn't go any higher. I hate these guys. I think there is a second pot in here as well, right? Is there a second pot in here? Not that. Okay, that's the night set. Yeah, it's like all the way through, but that's not like the absolute furthest thing. Oh, and that's a DLC shield. That's not on the list of things that we need, but... And now I'm stuck in a jail with all my runes to lose. And I can't even get out. It's not even possible to get out, I don't think. I don't know. I will enjoy knowing about this armor set as a possibility for extreme synergy plays. I'm not even gonna worry with timing this. This is I'm outie. I'm just outie. Apparently there's only one hefty pot in here. Okay, okay. That there was only one I could think of, so that makes sense, but all right, anything that's going to require weapons now, I'm going to have to redo the save for. Which might be all of them that's left, pretty much. Yep, jails are rough. Yep. But they're like the only reasonable places sometimes to get the pots. I can... Could I time the 5 hefty pots? So the thing about the collect 3 of each pot is that it takes effectively 0 time out of your schedule as the base game player. It's just about how long it takes out of the schedule of the or the other way around. As a DLC player, 3 of each pot costs you effectively 0 seconds because it's just go to Bonnie Village. So it costs you in total like 10 seconds or something, but it costs your base game player a lot. So that's the thing with that square. So I'll need Aggie to help me measure that one. But for 4 or 5 hefty pots, I guess it depends on how much synergy you want. There's obviously 1, 2, 3. Wherever this one is close enough. And then potential 4 in Bonnie Jail, which I think is the fastest 4th you can get. Potential 1 in Shadowkeep, which is the most synergistic. It doesn't take you out of the way. Potential 3 more in Bellarat Jail, but then you're stuck in Bellarat Jail, which is like the highest opportunity cost. But you'd get to it faster than somebody who's trying to synergize with Shadowkeep. Are those all the good pots that exist? Is there any other pot you'd ever do? Yo, morning. What up, Christian Stark? Is that everyone you'd ever do? Does a Black Gel Knight count as a Black Knight boss? No. He drops the Solitude set as synergy plate. No. It is only Black Knight Edred in the Fort of Reprimand and Black Knight Geru. Wherever the heck over here he is. I think he's like here, and then the drop down technically gets you to here. I think he's here. Yo, what up, ZK? This bingo seems so hard for a normal gamer. It's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard. Everyone's putting in so much effort, making it even harder. You can't just, like, be a good player and win. You have to, like, be bingo specialized. Let me look up hefty cracked pots. And I don't care. Hefty cracked pots. We've got ourselves Scorched Ruins. You guys can see that behind the board. Yeah, there you go. 1 Scorched Ruins, 3 Bellarat Jail, 2 Bonnie Village, 1 Bonnie Jail, 1 Shadow Keep, 1 Cerulean Coast, the Sleep Troll. Right. There are now squares for that, so that is a potential, although unlikely. And 1 Lamenter Jail. No. No. There's no way you'd ever do Lamenter Jail for that, I don't think. But damn, it really is like... Ugh. If it's 5, you have to go into one of the jails, pretty much. If it's for 5 pots, you just kind of have to go into a jail. Which is rough. Only 2 pots in the DLC that didn't mention. 1 on Sleepy Troll, way to pick up Lamenter Jail. Yeah, yeah. Imagine you somehow synergize pots with Lamenter Jail. That would be wild. Okay. How do I math that out? Okay. Because 3 of each pot, I really don't think I have to math out. Like, it is just that simple. For 4 and 5... I mean, you could just start with saying, oh, how long does it take to get the one in the Bonnie jail? Call that your likely opportunity cost for going for 4. And then... the problem is, to get out of there, you have to Mog. So you have to have already spent your runes and set up. But same thing if you're going for Bellarat jail. Maybe it's kind of just not a rush square? No, I guess you still could. I guess it's not the worst. But it's certainly not the best either. Any matches today? Probably not. I think everyone has gone to bed already. I think it's unlikely that we have full matches today. Yeah, I guess let me just time how long it would take from Bonnie Village over there. And call that at least like a starting number. And then grabbing the pots here is like 10 seconds or something. But we can, I guess, time that as well. Starting from 222. Okay. And then it's to the right, and I already have it picked up, but it was right over here, and then you have to... Dying, I guess, is kind of the same as mogging. And then the total opportunity cost is until I get to warp actually away. And until I'm actionable again. 40. 23, 40, a minute 40. That's actually not that long. That is actually way shorter than I expected. The problem of having to have already spent your money sucks, but that is not that long. A minute 40, and that's an overestimate because I was bad and slow and died instead of mogging and etc. That is surprisingly not bad. For hefty pots. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Hefty pots. $140, and then I guess we can measure how long it takes to pick up the pots. As opposed to just getting out of the village directly. Well, let's assume compared to grabbing Oh Mother and getting out of the village. So we'll start at 225. If you don't grab the Grace in Bonnie Jail, So you mog out here. Yeah, that is an absolutely a possible thing. I was assuming some cost of, oh, the reason I'm doing that is because I will also want that jail later and it helps me out or something. But I suppose that's not necessarily the case. I'll go till I touch the Grace outside the village. Seems like a good enough stopping point. Could stop earlier, but... And 59, 225, 59. So it took 59 seconds normally to get through the village with grabbing Oh Mother. And now let's do Pots and Oh Mother. We'll do it from 226.20. This is also assuming both routes would need Oh Mother, which is not always going to be the case. But if so, the pots will actually have a bigger cost, I think, than not, because they would require you to go more out of your way for this second one. Maybe you'd go pot first, then Oh Mother, just to make sure you win the square. You probably would. $26.20 start. Okay. And we end at 227.30. Or 31, but we'll call it 30. So that's a minute 10 compared to 59, so it only took 11 seconds. Okay, that's very good. I mean, I think realistically it should cost us more than that. But then again, the jail should cost us less than what we said, so maybe that kind of evens out. And then the last one is like, you make a triangle, but I guess technically we can measure it real quick. We'll go at 228.30. Wait, actually, I've already done 3-path cross. Have I? No, I haven't, but whatever. Close enough. $28.30. There would be a pot here that I would pick up. And we end 229.39. So 109 with picking up the pot. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I should have gone at 00, but I was inching into position. We'll go at 10. 230, 10. We have hefty pots. Thank you, thank you. Big hefty pots. 4 of them. I guess even if you were going into Bellarat jail, you'd only ever grab 2 pots there, not 3. Right? I don't think there's a reason you'd save your 3rd for there. You'd grab 2 in Bonnie, you'd grab the 1 here, but... And 10 or 11 end. Wait, did I just... Oh, yeah, that was faster. Yeah, 10. Let's say it was a 10, so it took about... Wait, no, it should have been 11. 8 seconds to grab the pot? That's still more than I expected, but let's call it 8 seconds. That's fine. 008. So if you wanted to get 4 pots, that would take you in total 159. Which honestly is not bad. That's not bad. That's a lot less than I was expecting for the you have to go into Bonnie jail. The only problem is getting out with your runes intact, and or you mog and you have to not lose them. This is the most useful thing I've done all day, being a notebook. Yes, yes. We've got 2 notebooks, but that's 2 notebooks is better than 1. Okay, so now let's say that we were to need 5 total. We could skip the Bellarat jail, or the Bonnie jail, and then we just get 2 in the Bellarat jail. So let's see how long that would take. All right, we will go at 2:33:00 and see how fast I can get 2 pots. 2:33:00. And then we will still have to mog out after. Probably would also grab stuff along the way. I'll grab the katana along the way. Which arguably then shouldn't count against the time of going into the jail, but... That's like a thing to think about based on the board, I think. Dahagaka! Dahagaka! This would have been a good seed if I didn't throw away all my runes. We love us some Dahagaka. And I'm going to assume again that I need to grab this grace. I'm going to go full opportunity cost on it, which is pretty much just my way of saying I don't really want to do this square that often. I don't think others want to do this square that much too, though. So I think you can afford to greed this square. It looks like it's a lot better of a square than people give it credit for. There is something to be said, though, about knowing that your opponents don't give something enough credit. And so you don't go for it first because you know it's not going to be contested. And so you can still just go for it second and still get it. Like... You know? So there's one. I kind of want to practice the skip here. I'm going to practice the skip. This is... We'll have to take off, like, a second or two from my shenanigans, but I want to practice the skip. It's literally free. Stay this way. Jump over here. Keep to the right, generally. Do go over these. Yeah, I think this is the best one to get, and then... Wait, is this right? No. No, I messed up somehow. Which way is it? Stick this way does get you one. Yeah, I guess that was, but... I lost so many seconds there. Whatever, we're gonna keep the timing, and then I'm just gonna arbitrarily take off some time and call it good enough, because I don't want to do that again. And warp away. And 20 is when we're actionable. It's 20, 37, 20, 4, 20. Take off probably at least 20 seconds. So around 4 minutes of cost. Where you would then do the other fast ones, so it would be 4:19 if you needed 5 hefty pots. But I mean, like, realistically, it is still lower than that. I'm just gonna say or around 4. Oh. And, like, it depends on the synergy. It depends on if you need the katana check anyway, in which case you can cut that way down because you were going to check the katana anyway. It depends on if you needed the Ash of War for the Savage Lion's Claw. It depends on if this just going to get the jail is going to help you later because you need demi-human bosses. Like... I know we're not counting synergy on things, but, like, this is one where, like, without synergy, it feels ridiculously miserable. But with synergy, I do think it is probably a decent play. I think it is decent. Not necessarily, like... I still don't think it's the greatest rush. I think there's a lot of ones I'd do over it. But I do think it is better than... the strict number of 4 minutes lets on, because 4 minutes is like the longest we've had so far except for Perfumed Oil of Rana. So anyway, anytime I'm scrolling up and down, that's increasing and decreasing count. Oh, now I understand why the counts are decreasing and increasing. I'm scrolling on my my sheet, my Excel sheet, and it's upping and lowering the bingo count. That's funny. In theory, if you're mogging in Bellarat, would you want to do it before Bonnie so that you die there? It's not the end of the world. I mean, the main thing is, like, if you're mogging in Bellarat, it doesn't really matter whether you would, in theory, want to do Bellarat last. And the reason you'd want to do it last is because then you don't have to worry about your mog and, like, your warp after whatever. You hit the second pot and you mark the square and you won it. right? And then it's going to take a little extra time to get out where you're going to have to mog or whatever else and blah, blah, blah. But at least you have claimed the square and you didn't get sniped on it. Whereas if you went to the jail first, you mog out. Then you're going for the other ones. You might lose out on the square because now you had to take this extra time of mogging and getting out of there. Whereas the other one, you grab and you immediately warp. Right? Whereas this one, you have to grab, then mog, then potentially warp again. So you want to leave all of that time cost till after you have obtained the square to make sure you obtain the square. I believe. Unless there's something I'm not thinking about with it. Okay, but yeah, call that one timed. Notice cat has a person's hand on top of their head and not a hat. That's not a hat? Wahoo isn't a hat? What the? I feel betrayed. That looks like a hat. It's a hand hat. I see. Okay, bye-bye. Anything else on here that we wouldn't need to reset the board for? I don't think so. I think everything else needs a setup weapon. I mean, I guess 3 of each pot we've also figured out. It costs no time. Wow. Incredible. Four DLC talismans in theory doesn't, but I need to reset it to test out 3 separately from 4, separately from 5. I think. So... yeah, I think we reset and we start on DLC talismans as our next one to take a look at. And does it not feel like we've been going for like 6 hours already? Doing math is hard. Yep, maths are hard. Wow, that is a hand. Okay, you're the one doing the math. That's fair. That's fair. I am the one mathing the math. Math is hand.
But I can also that you're not then why I am Carlin.
Okay, and we'll also set it to night. It's second level math at uni. My math is done. All mathed out. There shall be no further math. Well, too bad. You're in the stream. You're doing math. It's too late for you. Okay, so the way that we're going to do this, we're going to just rush the closest 3. Which would be that ailing and Ensis, right? Because it's 3, 4, 5. Let me double check. 3, 4, 5, yeah. We'll do that Ensis. Then I'll go to Tialier so that we have an easy time comparison. And then after that, if it's 4, I actually don't know if Ailing Village is better. I think it isn't. I think Fort of Reprimand is better as a 4th. But we can check both. We can try both and see which one feels better. Good. I like math. Okay, let's start. This one, though, 3 should be very simple. 3 should be very simple. It's definitely this, Ailing, and Castle Ensis. We'll start from 246.00. 8, 9, 46. All right. It's also not the purpose of this stream, but I feel like at some point we should have a discussion as to whether or not we like some of the grouped squares. Because I feel like I don't think I like a lot of the grouped squares as they exist as groups. I liked the idea of grouped squares, but I don't know that I like the execution of it too much. Except for maybe that it doesn't... most of the things that are grouped are like late game squares, so you see them less often. I don't know. How do you mean group squares? The exclusive ones. Yeah. I guess exclusive is another way to say it. So, for example, you cannot have a board that both has Relana and Renala, as well as Moongrum and Moonrithil on it. But I don't know why. Like, those are potentially synergistic things that you could have, but like, what's wrong with synergy? Or you can't have both defeat Metter and defeat Ymir, which I kind of actually do kind of agree with. I don't really want to have defeat Metter, defeat Ymir, and Yolan and Anna all possible on the same board. Like, it's just too much Metter. And I hardly even know her, so, like, that's just way too much. Maybe if I knew her better, it wouldn't. But, like, I hardly even know her, so. But for those ones, it's like, okay, but what is even the point of having both Metter and Ymir as, like, potential things that can happen? Why not just delete one of them? Like, they're just not different enough that I think it makes for a different, you know, interesting board, whether it picks Metter or picks Ymir. Like, they're just... they might as well be the same square, and I guess now they are, but, like, why not just delete one, then? And honestly, I want the one that's deleted to be the Yolan and Anna one.
Looks like you're doing pretty well today. I'm up way past my bedtime, but just wanted to say you are real special and I love the streams.
Thank you.
Keep being groovy.
Thank you. I will continue to be groovy. Okay, this will be our third one. I guess we can measure the third one and the fifth one on the same try, just not 4. Because 4, I think we need to measure skipping. Well, I guess we can't. So anyway. I'm now going to go to Tialier, and I'm going to say a time when we get to Tialier, and then we'll write that down. Write that down. Technically, you might skip Tialier, but I'm just gonna pretend like that's not the case for this, even though we could measure it that way. Just because it's a measuring thing. This is easier to measure than if I went the other way. Did anybody write down what time we started this at? 24600. I see it. Yeah. Cool, cool. Thank you. I saw it up in the chat. Awesome. And write down 25033. 25033. 25033 is the number to write down. It didn't let me jump again. Well. All right, we're going to remeasure because this game sucks. Okay. I guess I'm going to have to pretend like we're lighting the grace, but... All right, write down... 25120. I'll wait slightly for the lighting the grace. I'm gonna pretend like we picked that up. Close enough. So what is bingo? There's squares that you can see on the screen, and you complete those squares. And if you complete them, you mark the spot on the board, and the goal...
Mitch, I'm not going to lie. I work for the FedGov and just got a raise. You pay taxes. Consider this a small refund. Plus, I'd be nothing without your content. Love you, buddy. Keep being so cool.
You know, I'll be honest. The first half of that, I was like, oh, God. Am I getting audited live on stream? Oh, God. But yo, let's go. Okay, so we're not gonna worry too much about when I actually grab the talisman. We're just gonna worry about the total time to grab this, then get out, then get all the way to Morth Ruins, and just worry about that timing. I think it's faster to quit out than anything. I should have grabbed it first, then quit out, though, but whatever. Can't wait for someone to mod in Night Rain movement. Bingo would go so hard. That would be interesting. My brother works for the IRS. He can audit you if you'd like. You know what would be nice? Can I get audited before I pay taxes so that they can just tell me how much to pay? That'd be nice. Night Rain is weird to watch. Yeah, it's a little weird to watch. I feel like Night Rain is weirder to stream than it is to watch. Because, like, if you're... It feels like it's so fast-paced that you never get a chance to, like, look at chat. And, like, that's kind of the fun part of streaming, you know? All right, and we're going 48. 254.48 is the last number we need. 254.48. Okay, give me back... We had 4 numbers. We had a start, a stop, a start, and a stop. Give me those 4 numbers. And I'm going to need to work my magic for figuring out what that means for our 3 and our 5 talismans. Number of DLC talismans. Start, and so that was 433 that we got to Tialier. That's actually longer than I was expecting. So even for 3 talismans, that's a cost of 233. And then what was our second start stop? Pretty much that way if you're not self-employed in the US, to be honest. Usually not off by much with the amount they take out automatically. Yeah, problem is being self-employed. Started 251.20, ended 254.48. That is a difference of 328. Compared to the usual difference between Tialia and Morth of 221. 221 into 328, 107 is that total extra added on. 107 added on makes 340 for 5 talismans. That is a larger number than I was expecting. I was thinking the talismans was actually like a really good rush one, but it looks like not. I did get cooked once when I was playing against Tom, and I went for the talismans, and he went for other stuff. He went for, I think it was cookbooks into larval tears. So that kind of makes sense now. Even though I like math, sounds like a lot of maths for me today. There's a good number of maths. That's why I put it in the title. It's a warning. It's a warning as much as anything. There's gonna be maths here. I mean, we don't call it maths, we call it math, but you know, close enough. Okay, last thing to do is do 2 different sets of doing 4 talismans. So we're gonna have to reset twice more to test out what the best way to do 4 talismans is, and we're gonna do it 2 separate ways. Yo, nasty. Yo, thank you for the prime sub. 40 months over 3 whole years. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Holy, the long time support. Oh, that one should have been 3 and 5. This one's actually going to be 4 talismans. Tax day is for when you have to file your taxes by, yeah. Oh, speaking of, I think I have forgotten to do 2 of my quarterly tax payments. Because I think if you're self-employed, every quarter you have to pay some amount of what you expect to pay in taxes by the end of the year, so that you don't pay it all at the end of the year, because they're like, well, then you were holding it from us for months. It's like, bro, why can't I just have 1 day a year that I pay you all my taxes? Why do I have to make it 4 times a year? Why just make it harder for me? I don't care about holding the money. I just want to not have to worry about it so often. I hate taxes. Anyway. This one is 4 talismans with ailing. Ailey. We'll call it 4 tallies. Ailing. If you pay taxes just once a year, isn't that like a bunch of money? Yeah, it is. It's like, but I'm paying that anyway. I don't care if I pay it all at once versus, oh, I pay a quarter of that 4 times a year. That's still a ton of money. It's just, you know, spread out. I don't want it to be spread out because that's just more work for me. Because I have to go manually log into their system and fill out all the stuff and like all this. And it's like, why do I have to do that multiple times? So annoying. I mean, most people pay taxes on every single paycheck. It's just that Twitch doesn't give me the option to do that. Twitch says, nope, figure it out on your own. You're self-employed. You are not an employee of us. Therefore, we will not do any tax withholdings. Minus 30% on Kazan, tempting. Ooh, I did like Kazan a lot, personally. It's not, you know, super strictly a Souls-like, like some other Souls-likes. So not everyone that's a Souls-like fan loves it, but I thought it was really, really good. Figure it out yourself, yep. Wonder if Twitch saves money by not withholding taxes for streamers. I mean, I think the only thing they save is their own liability. Because, like, oh, if they got it wrong, then somebody could be like, actually, my employer got the number wrong. My employer estimated my tax bracket incorrectly, so therefore, actually, it's their fault. I think that they're just saving on that liability. They're just like, we don't care. Too many people in too many different places. We're not keeping track of your tax codes in your own individual areas, which is fair, but sucks for me. All right, so let's start at 30300, I suppose. Streamers aren't W2'd, so no withholding. Yeah. This is ailing, but we're not gonna go. We're not going to get the one in Fort of Reprimand instead. If you're an actual employee, Twitch would have to pay half of your social security tax. So yeah, cheaper by at least half of that amount. Oh, right, that too. Yeah, we just have to... I just have to pay more taxes because Twitch doesn't consider us employees. Right, I forgot about that. SMH my head. 58, 59, go! 30300, start. 30300, and this is the one where we're gonna get the ailing talisman and try it out with 4. From buying the game because you only watched your playthrough and you were spamming shoulder bashes. Thought it was extremely funny. Wait, that convinced him to buy it or to not buy it? It was very funny. To not buy it. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. The shoulder bashes was not actually even close to optimal, by the way. Not that it matters. I just thought it was very funny to do. It was like very low damage compared to some of the shenanigans you can pull. Just for the laugh, and the game actually has variety, yeah. By the end of the playthrough, I was pretty much not using shoulder bashes anymore because they were just not good enough. I was still using them sometimes because they were still funny, but... Start a shell company that you're an employee of so that you pay less taxes. What could go wrong? Well, then the shell company would have to pay the other part of my taxes, right? So I'd still be paying my taxes, I think. Do not put me in combat, please. Oh, that put me in combat. That's so unlucky that they were pathing by. Okay, it only lost me a couple seconds. That's not too bad. So that's number 2. From experience, sole proprietorship, small LLC doesn't save you money. Just makes it easier to split personal and business expenses. Same rate as expensing a single filer, yeah. And I have, like, basically no expenses. I mean, unless, I guess technically all these, like, flights to GDQ and stuff, I guess would count. That's all travel expenses for business specifically. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. I think I wouldn't in actually rushing it, but it does make for an easier comparison. And I'm gonna go Tialier as well, even though, again, it would... If I was truly rushing this, I might need to skip Tialier, but makes for an easier comparison. Any computer stuff, camera, etc. Yeah. It's just I don't have a lot of those expenses in a year. I still don't think I have enough expenses in a year for it to be worth it for me to write out all my expenses. I think unless you have like several $1,000s in expenses every year. And like my expenses every year is like, I mean, I guess maybe like 1,000 or 2,000 with like airfare and hotels and stuff, but that's like about it. Okay. 30701, if you can write that down as a temporary just in case number. In case this skip doesn't want to let me do it. Okay, we should be fine. I shouldn't need it. .30300 start. Thank you. .0701 temp. Yep. Since we went straight into the next bit, I will not need it, but thank you anyway. You would never be able to give yourself money from the company unless you claimed it as income. I don't know what that would change. This is too complicated for me. I am neither making nor spending enough money for me, like, trying to make a shell company, whatever thingy, to be actually worthwhile for me. Yet. That's true. It could increase. All Twitch streamers are millionaires. A chatter told me so. Of course, of course. Control your business through the company to protect you, the person, from lawsuits. The company would be the one to be sued, not you personally. What am I going to get sued for? What risk of being sued do I have? Okay, here comes the actual time that we're going to write down. .309:38. 309:38. 309:38. All right, 309:38. So that's 6:38. 6:38 to get to Morth. Subtracting 451. That's subtract 5, add 9. Subtract 5 would be 138. Add 9, 147. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is that right? 147. Wait, what? I'm somehow getting that picking up 3 talismans cost me less, or picking up 4 talisman cost me less time than picking up 3 talismans. Oh, it's because I forgot the one at Rolana. Oh. That makes... Okay, never mind. I'm silly. I just forgot. That was 3 talisman pickups, just not the fastest 3. Not the ones that you would need to rush. Okay, so never mind. I need to retime. I need to redo that whole thing. That was just me incorrect. All right, we got to start over. My bad. Too much tax talk. Or something. I'm suing you 5 magic races for pain and suffering. Okay, I see. That was just practice. The freelance IT work definitely needed an LLC, even though I barely pulled in anything. Getting sued for messing up and breaking a company's internet and costing them money would have been bad. That totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. But, like, since I'm not working, like, for clients that would sue me, like, I don't know that it's even possible for a Twitch chatter to sue a streamer. Like, Twitch maybe could sue me if I don't know, some form of I'm intentionally losing them money. I don't know. I feel like all they realistically would ever do is just ban you. Maybe like a game company could sue you because you played their game before it was officially released or something, but like I don't do that. I don't know. Maybe like sponsor contracts or stuff. Yeah, I guess I could see that. There are sponsors stuff. Yeah. A sponsor could sue a streamer. That's actually fair. That's actually totally fair. There totally could be. I'm suing you for all you got due to lack of memeing. Okay, we will meme a bit harder. Was it not memeing enough that I just completely forgot to pick up a talisman that I was supposed to pick up? I'm suing because of this, a mixture with breasts. You know what? I'll sue myself for that. Sponsor contracts are a whole thing since contract law is its own whole mess. Yeah. That's that. All right, let's not do the whole setup this time. I really don't need to. Let's just... Oh, I do want to set it tonight, though. Done with Night Rain speedrunning. No. I will definitely be doing it at least for TwitchCon. Where me, Chris, and Josh will be doing a 3-man Night Rain speedrun. But am I done for it for now? Like, because I'm almost never done with anything forever. Like, am I done with Only Up? Probably, but I'm not going to say I would never go back to it. If I had a reason to go back to it, I would. But, like, that's probably one of the least, you know, likely games for me to go back to ever. But I still would never say I'm done with it. So, like, Night Rain, I just don't have a reason to do it right this moment. I'm very, like, I do the things I want to do right now type of a gamer. Not like okay, this is my chapter where I do this and then I'm done forever. It's just like, oh, I've got a reason to play right now. No reason to play, so I'll do something else. Oh, I've got a reason again. I'll go back to it. Okay, so gather 4. 1, 2... It's Ailing, then it's Rolana, or Ensis, then it's the 4. Okay. So... And we're also going to keep track of the time that I get the 4th talisman. That's not going to be the actual opportunity cost, but it would determine which one I need to go for if I'm rushing. Okay, so we'll start at 3:15:00. 3:15:00. 3:15:00. It's nighttime though, so you have to play Night Rain. It's in the name. Oh, okay, I see. That's... Yeah, I didn't know about that clause. All right, 3:15:00. That's why management companies exist. I don't think management companies are mostly for your liability. They're mostly for the fact that streamers are lazy and do not want to reach out to companies. Or, in many cases, don't have the power or ability to reach out to companies. Management agencies exist mostly so that they can say, hey, we have a direct line of contact with sponsorship companies. We can tell them, I have 10 streamers for you that can all do your game at this rate. And then the sponsor goes, wait, we get 10 streamers? Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that. Whereas if you approach them as single streamer, they might either go, Lamau, who are you? How did you get this number? Or they might go, one streamer, we don't want to have to negotiate with you personally. Whereas if it's like, they can get 10 streamers for one negotiation, they're like, hooray. Are they just sponsorship headhunters, basically? And then they take a cut for the work that they do, which is fair, as long as it's a reasonable cut. Imagine they offer legal representation if a sponsor deal the offer goes south. Probably. I just don't think that it's the main purpose of them. I think if that was the only main purpose, every streamer would go, no thanks, I will roll the dice. I know I would. And actually currently do, because I don't have a management agency or anything. Although I have been contacted by a few. But I got my eyes set on one that I know I'm not yet big enough for, probably. Oh, please do not see me again. Oh, they didn't. I think that means I get to warp away right away. I think the one that was following me doesn't stay in combat. Good enough. Make sure to get the Rolana one now. No, not a sponsorship that I'm looking for. A management company. There is a particular management company that does a lot of the Souls gamers. So if I was in that management company with all the Souls gamers, then when a new Souls-like comes out and they want all the Souls gamers to do stuff with it, then I'm part of that group. And even the non-Souls games, if they're like, try out our game, we think it would appeal to Souls-like players. It's like, okay. That's more likely that I'd have an interest in it than, you know, a company that has a bunch of different gamers of different genres. Where it's like, oh, check out this racing game. And I'm like, that's not really. Check out this gacha game. I don't know, really, it's not really. Okay, there's our 3. You know? Souls group, everyone except Mitch. Only up group, only Mitch. Yep. No Pro Trackmania arc in your future? You know, maybe not pro. All right. Temporary, write this down. 34. Oh, that's a little bad. But it's fine. Okay, we shouldn't need the temporary. Okay, but non-temporary, the timing of when we actually pick up the 4th talisman. Maybe you'd even skip that and go 4th first, but whatever. We'll call it good enough. Timing of 4th talisman is now 38. 320, 38. That's a definite need. 320, 38. And then we'll head to Morth Ruins to get our opportunity cost time. How's the rings eldening? It sure do be ringing. We're doing math. Testing out every possible early game square, which is also practice in itself. I'm getting practice for remembering how to do them all and like the pathing and stuff. But then we're also mathing out which of the rush squares are the most optimal to go for, assuming that everyone was on the board. Or, you know, that 2 were on the board, and you just have to figure out which one of those 2 is more optimal. Very pog. And, 12. 322, 12. 322, 12 is our final opportunity cost time for getting 4. 2212 is 712 total. So 712 minus 451. So minus 5 would be 212 plus 9, 2. 21. Why is that still lower than the timing that I got for only getting 3 talismans? I mean, I guess it would be basically the same, 3 or 4. Because the 4th one takes, like, no time? Wait, would I want to do a different 3 then? I'm going to need to retest 3, but that's a pretty good test for 4, I think. Very arduous and laborious. You should be remunerated for your efforts, yeah. Okay, we're gonna finish our testing of 4 by doing it the other possible set of 4. Then we'll worry about 3, where I'm probably gonna have to redo 3 2 different ways. Because the 3 number isn't making sense to me. Which 3 did you get? The 3 that I got originally was Blade of Mercy, the Ailment Talisman, and the one at Rolana. But somehow that took me longer than getting those 3 and also the Dread Talisman, which the Dread Talisman doesn't take very long, but it should have at least cost more time instead of saving me 12 seconds. So very arduous and laborious. I definitely agree with that sentiment of it is arduous and laborious on all of us. Thank you all for sticking around for this just horrible experience that we're all going through, you know? Elden Ring traveling bingo man algorithm when? I actually thought about, like, would that be possible to make for this? And, like, I don't think it is. I think it's a little too complicated of a system. You just can't model it as just travel times between destinations, but it would be funny. You should pay them. Yes, true. I'll raise their pay to the same as a mod. Okay, so this is 4, where our 4th one is Fort of Rep. You get close-ish, you would have raw travel plus objective time. Yeah, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's possible. The problem, I guess, is that, like, the travel time between nodes changes based on what other nodes you have already objectived or traveled. Like, if you have already traveled once from, you know, where you started to there, like, the addition of teleporting, effectively, the ability to teleport between nodes to do them in different orders and stuff, and, like, the necessity of that to unlock stuff and do other things, I think makes it sort of impossible, but I don't know. What are the three? Sorry, Ailing Village, Blade of Mercy, and the one under Bowls. Yes, those were the three that I did. But I'm gonna have to redo that timing, I'm pretty sure. Because it doesn't make sense to me. Gets messy, but you could eliminate extremely bad lines fairly reasonably. Yeah, but I mean, you can do that with your brain anyway. You don't really need to set up an algorithm just to tell you, hey, it would be really stupid to go for Bale first and then go Consort second. You know, like... Yeah, no, I got that. That was... Definitely write a program to automate that and just get it to pick random paths a bunch of times. You'd get a decent result. Yeah, maybe. This is practice for Domo's Bingo Brawlers. It is indeed. All right, we'll start at 328.00, and I'm going to skip Ailing. I'm still going to grab the 3-path cross, but I'm going to skip Ailing. That's my plan. Tom might need that so he stops getting baited by Jory. Bro, Jory. 328.00. Yes, thank you. 328.00 is when we'll go. 328.00. Kind of thing that's only good if you're really bad and lack knowledge, or if the data is really good and the program knows better than you. Yeah. The team system this time, right? Who's your teammate? It is Lilium Agacus. My breast bud. We'll be doing some monkey business. Still timing the 4th talisman grab. Yep. Going for the other set of 4 this time. He did mean Aggie, yes. Did you propose the name Breast Buddies to Domo? We did. We were rejected. Because Domo hates fun. Lilium Agacus is not his birth name. It's not as though it's that hard to find his birth name, but I'm not gonna, you know, say it on stream and... Well, I guess it is now. You know, I guess. Rupert's Agicus, yep. So that would be our 2 there. We once again go the Tialie way just for easier timing. Well, it's kind of also harder timing because I have to do the skip. But it's also good practice for the skip. It also gets you a spear check. It also gets you a skidoo. But if you were truly rushing it, you'd probably have to not do those. Okay, temporary thing to write down. 3138. 33138 is temporary thing to write down. I don't think we need the temporary. It's like he's practiced that skip or something. Oh my god. Well, we're gonna have to cut off a few seconds from this final time because the club sucks, but whatever. We'll worry about that at the end. Practicing not my speedrunner. No. What the? Action attempt to failed. Am I offline? Did stream disconnect? Can anybody hear me? Did we get Comcasted? Stream's still going. Oh. Well, hopefully the bingo board figures itself out then. Alright, anyway, I don't have a timer anymore now. I can't time things if the timer is gone. Well, that sucks. No, can't hear you. Oh, thanks. Can base on stream time? Yeah, but I already kind of through with wondering what the heck is going on. So, it won't be a good timing anyway. Connect? Is it? Are they like maintenancing? Like I can open up live split. It's just, this is very strange. This is very strange. Also, the club thing was bad. Yeah, retiming isn't the worst thing. Server down? I guess so. I mean, this doesn't affect what we're doing that much. The board was just a nice visual, but yeah, I guess I just closed the bingo board and unable to read data from the transport connection. Let me try reopening it real quick and see if it fixes itself, and if not, yeah, we'll just go boardless. Connecting. More practice for the Tialie skip. Yay. No, it's just not connecting. Yeah, weird. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be server side then, like, because the connected party did not properly respond after a period of time, or established connection failed because connection host has failed to respond. Weird. Hopefully this doesn't happen in the middle of bingo brawlers. That would be... Imagine that. Imagine that happened. Holy. Okay, so we'll just measure everything with live split. Hopefully it ticks the same. Different timer programs can tick slightly differently, but it should hopefully be fine. So we'll get our 4 again from the start. Tried with Season 4 board, it also didn't connect. Okay, so it's just server down. Okay, thank you. Thank you for checking. Isn't the first time this has happened, yeah. Once more, with feeling. And now I can just start the timer whenever I want. I can even make splits if I want. Empty splits. So that I don't have to tell you to write things down. I can just press the split button. Pua to step down from Bingo Brawlers, and Nessanetta is replacing him. Yeah. Unfortunate that Pua had to step down, but Ness seems very excited to be in it, so that's awesome as well. And hopefully Pooh will get to do more in the future when he has more time. Okay, so let's just add a bunch of random splits and call that good enough. Kind of weird looking, but we can also, that also means we can turn chat on again. There you go, chat. Hello. Oh no, poor Pooh. It happened today. I mean, if anything happens, it actually happened, you know, the previous day, and you're just hearing about it today, because that's how changes get made, is not instantly. But, you know, it was recent. Need to fix my recent chats. Let's go. All right, so we'll just start. And this is our 4 where we're skipping ailing. 4 skipping ailing. 4 skipping ailing. I will create a split at Tialier. I'll create a split when we get all 4, and then I'll create a split at Morth. Okay, ready, steady, go-y. I hate that Bingo Brawlers takes place at late night for you. It takes place at early morning for me. I'd rather have it be late night. I mean, not even early morning, I guess. Just morning, which... If it was super early morning, I could stay up for it. But it's definitely late enough in the morning that I gotta get to bed and wake up for it. Monkey business. Oh no, I look ugly in the camera. Don't worry, that's not just the camera. Got him. Hello, guy from winning team. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Commentator Zoodle biased before the season even starts. SMH my head. What up, Zoodle? I say this to everyone, don't feel special. Commentator Zoodle lying to all the competitors? Live, caught in 4K? Fire this man. SMH my head. Cooking chat mercilessly. God damn. Stop the match. Can't wait to commentate and point out every 2-second time loss, as you should. Man, I should have let Zoodle play and then been a commentator instead. And by let Zoodle play, I mean I think he just said make me a commentator. I should have done the same though. I should have said just make me a commentator. In fact, I should have said make me the commentator. Domo, I'm taking your job. It's the me show. Look at me. I'm the commentator now. Every match. No, we got the bug. I guess that's why we made a temporary save, but like, that's so silly. It sucks when you get that bug. It's just beyond your control. That game just hates you sometimes. Mitchja and Ain would be a goated commentary duo. Maybe. But see, imagine, I'm the full-time commentator. Then sometimes I'm with Domo. Sometimes I'm with Zoodle. Sometimes I'm with Parky. Sometimes I'm with Ain. Sometimes I'm with Doot. You know, everyone else can rotate out. And it's the Mitch show. I'm telling you. This is what we need in our life. And by we, I mean me, because I like, it's fun to commentate. Ooh, okay. There being a bit of jerks over here. And then I need to get to Morth. Is it faster not even to, like, quit out like this? Is there a way to run out of there that would be faster? I feel like there might be. But I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, dragon. Okay. I think we're fine. A little spooky, but I think we're fine. And finally, okay, now to do the math part. So, it's 735 minus 336. Or no, sorry, minus, it is just 735 minus the difference between 336 and 408. So minus 32 makes 703. 703 is how long that took us to get those for. Which is shorter than the Ailing Village took, which was 712 total, by 9 seconds shorter. But we picked up the 4th talisman at 610 minus 32, which is 538. Does anyone remember how long it took us to pick up our 4th talisman when we went ailing? Minus 31.8. Yeah, I don't care about points. None of these are close enough to be down to the fractions of a second. Looking up, scrolling up, scrolling up. Chat was active, so we didn't get... 315 start, 320, 38 talisman 4. It was 538 for the 3rd talisman compared to 538 is what I just said for this one. So they both took 538 for the 4th talisman. They both took the same time, but I got into Skidoo Altus faster doing this one. So I think this way is slightly better. I think you skip ailing, if anything. Dang, okay, that's wild. Yeah, I mean, there's fluctuations in time there. I can't say for sure that this one is better, but from our timing, I think you'd be racing for it no matter which one of the two you went for. But on this one, you got out of there faster. Yay, your choices don't matter. But can that even make sense? Does that make sense though? Hold on, let me think about that for a second. Because the ailing, it costs a certain amount of time, then you grab it, then you warp. This one takes a certain amount of time, then you have to quit out, then you have to warp. So it should cost more time after rather than before grabbing it, but somehow we're getting it as costing more time before but less time after? Does that make sense? Did I mess up the timing somewhere or my calculations? I don't feel like that makes sense. I mean, it's a way shorter distance. It is, but it's also done on foot through the... Oh, no, it's because the extra time is spent doing the jumps after the talisman. Yeah, no, it does make sense. It does make sense. It does make sense. It does make sense. Yeah. Is Spelldrake part of this routing? Yes. I think Spelldrake is just way faster than Ailing, for sure. So, Spelldrake is an always. Blade of Mercy is an always. Talisman of the Dread is an always. Those three just don't cost enough time. And then it's either Ailing or Fort of Reprimand if you're doing 4 of them. Is what makes sense to me. 4th talisman on the Ailing route is Dread Talisman, whereas the other one is in the castle. Yeah. So it's the extra time that it takes to get up there to the Fort of Reprimand that causes that difference. Where is Ailing? You should know this, Mr. Souls GeoGuessr. Mr. Souls Guesser. You literally gave us a picture of, like, the Manfly village here. And it's the ailment talisman is this one. I think it's called ailment talisman. What is it called? Oh, I didn't pick it up on this route, so I don't have the name of it, but... I'm sorry, I only play rando. I'm the rando guy, remember? But you're also the Souls Guesser guy. It is Ailing Talisman, so that's why I call it, yeah, Ailing. I don't know if it's officially Ailing Village or Manfly Village or whatever, but it's that one. The one that has the Ailing Talisman in it. I never asked for item pickups. That's, yeah, that's fair. But you did give us a picture, like, right there, if I remember right. Like, right there. Or no, it was, like, the other side of the shack or something, where there's, like, a pile of bodies. Ailing also has the Revered Spirit Ash there if you need it. Yes! And it also has a, that thing. You know the thing I mean. That only appears at night. Larval Tear, that's the one. I don't remember anything that's not in Fortnite. Goes to the Volcano Pot cookbook if you need it. You wouldn't do that. You would lose the square if you went for that. You would 100% lose the square if you went for that on the way. You still would get 3-path cross and you could go back to it later, but no, you would lose the square if you tried to get that as synergy. Yeah. 3-path cross you're going to get in a lot of lines. Because, I mean, just look at how, like, straight it is still to go if you're going to go across to Castlefront. If you're going to go to Castlefront, like, you might as well just pass 3-path cross. There's so many starting lines that you just do this. Because, like, doing this skip up here, like, is more direct, but, like, it's kind of surprising how not that much more direct it is. Like, if you think about it, here to here to here is only longer and is actually almost like faster. I think you end up at Castlefront sooner than you could go here to Tialier. So the only time you save by doing the climb is at most the time it takes to go from Castlefront to Tialier, which isn't even that much time. So it's like you do all of this, like, different path if you really need to super rush something, and you save, like, 10 seconds. Maybe 15 or 20 at the most. Like, somebody having one incident on Pillar Path Cross can make up that time. Ailing is for synergy with other rush squares, whereas Fort Talisman is faster and likely to win the rush race. I think so. I think that's right. Also, Castlefront gives Bowl Spot and a few pickups with a Skidoo. Yeah. Well, you'd get that either way if you're doing talismans. Maybe you're just throwing that out there in general. But yeah, if we're talking about different possible paths, you always go Castlefront if you're getting talismans. Okay, so now that we've solved it for 4, now I need to go back and do it for 3 because it still didn't make sense, the timing that I got. So for 3, what are our options we want to try for 3? The most synergistic, but possibly too greedy, is this this, and then just finish with Dread. But I don't know if that's too slow compared to doing Ailing second. Or, yeah. Or if that's somehow even faster than doing Ailing. It definitely looks like, yeah, from here, having to walk all the way down here, around over here, and that has got to be slower than just going to Ailing. So I think you just lose it. But I'll double check. I'll double check. Did we figure something or anything out for 4 statuses? Yes, we do have something for 4 statuses. It's the default strat that everyone uses. It's upgrade a weapon that preferably can stagger lock him to kill him with once he is fully statused, and then just use the club, and you go freeze, then sleep second so you can actually see it happen. Then poison while he's sleeping is pretty much enough to just get it right away, and then rot. The reason you do it in the order of sleep, then poison, then rot, even though it theoretically would be more optimal to do rot, then poison, then sleep, is because you can only see sleep if he's not poisoned or rotted, and it's the only way that he'll even, like, stumble and, like, get you some free hits. Whereas if he's poisoned or rotted, it can go away immediately before it even happens. And then you want to do poison before rot, because if both are on him, you only see the rot. So if you rot first, then poison, that's technically better for damage, but you won't know that you've poisoned him right away. Which I guess isn't a big deal, but the earlier you know that you've gotten them on, the earlier you can swap out your weapons and start doing more damage. This is all on E-Dread. Yes, this is all on E-Dread. I think if you're going to rush it, it's on E-Dread, unless you have, like, synergy for, like, Hippo or something. Honestly, I could see doing it on a Hippo. I just don't know if you can sleep Hippo. Can you sleep Hippo? Is Hippo sleepable? Or would you need to stock up on, like, 10 bleed greases and just hope to bleed him in time? Woke up because of poison damage tick last time. That's why he got up so fast. Yeah. The order is for confirmation clarity. Yes, it's mostly for confirmation clarity. And then partially so that you can actually get the sleep stagger, because that's helpful. But then, yeah, poison versus rot is for confirmation clarity, which helps you do more damage because you can swap your weapon faster. Hippo is sleep immune. Okay. So for Hippo, you would need bleed. Hippo, you would check Katana probably and use Katana for bleed. You'd upgrade your Katana and you'd bleed him as your final thing, which honestly would probably be fine. Do bleed instead of sleep on Hippo then, I guess. Yeah. Bleed grease is just Garbo anyways. It really is. So you probably have to get a bleed Katana if you want to have any hope of getting 4 statuses on Hippo, and it probably sucks. Anyway, let's go do 3 again. Why not Ralva? Bears love to sleep. Do bears also love to frost, poison, and rot? Or sorry, frost, poison... Yeah, frost, poison, and rot, and or bleed. Because I know bears are very sleepable, but... Gotta stop staying up late to play Silk Song. True. Alright, so this is 3... Let's start with Ailing. And let's see the numbers. Only we could get that matting hand earlier for the Frenzy Madness. Yeah. They have the same resistance as Hippo, but are weak to sleep. Okay. I mean, you could. If it's synergy, you absolutely could. I think that is absolutely not something to discount as a possible play, but I don't know that it's like an all-the-time play. And it's pretty easy to just fight Hippo with whatever weapon, or bear. So, like, I'm not super worried about it if we just notice that synergy. You know? Is that going to be short or normal stream because you leave tomorrow? But I guess that's in the evening. It's afternoon. I do I need to leave here. I need to leave my house at noon, which I guess is not all that far away from now. I'm probably going to end stream. Let's call it, I'll try to end stream by about 3 a.m., which would in theory give me up to 9 hours of sleep, although I have to get ready. So it's going to be up to 8 hours of sleep at the max. I don't have a lot I need to get ready. Like, packing should take no time at all, but I do need to, like, shower in the morning and blah, 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 stuff like that. So let's call it 3 a.m. that I want to try to end stream by. Math, you say. That's right. We mathin'. Which is in 2 hours and 15 minutes, if you are wondering. 2 hours and 45 minutes is probably when I will want to end stream by that time so that I can get enough sleep for tomorrow. And that is like the last time that I want to end stream. If I end stream earlier because I'm tired or because I'm out of things to check, that's okay too. Okay. So 3 with Ailing. 3 with Ailing. Ready, set, send it. But Hippo gives Shadowkeep access and some Skidoo. So that's better map progress. That's true. But it's nearly 9 a.m. already. Holy. So there's number 1. A little more than 2 hours. Yep. Yeah, just going to California, luckily, is a much less bad flight than the going to New York. Going to New York, it was like, okay, I gotta set myself up for a day of travel. Going to California is like, oh, okay, I gotta just... It's a few hour flight. Did you go for E-Dread for the square anyway? It's closer and faster and more consistent with the right weapon. Yeah. I do think E-Dread is the usual 4 status. But I do think it does depend a bit on what your opponent is doing. Like, if there's Hippo and 4 status and a rush square on the board that you think your opponent is going to go for, and you think you can sneak out the synergy double play there, I do think that is a solid play. It's a bit risky just because, like, I think the 4 status is just always a bit risky, but... So there's number 2. But yeah, if you're just going for the square, I think you just do it on E-Dread. Or need E-Dread for something else, like a +0 weapon kill? Yeah. I mean, I would synergize. If there's +0 and there's 4 status, I'd probably try to do those together. Good information to have in mind regardless, yeah. All right, number 3 is Now, 340 is when I can get the third one. Oh, there will be 2 bulls squares on 76% of boards. That's, yeah. Not wrong. You need only +0 weapon? You have like +0 club for status and +0 katana for bleed and bleed grease. I'm almost positive, yeah, you could do 2 different +0 weapons. As long as you don't use any weapon that is not +0. Like, I think it would be very silly if you could not use multiple +0 weapons. That'd be like, actually the square says after inflicting 4 different status effects, not after inflicting 5 different status effects. The kill actually doesn't count. Because you inflicted a 5th status effect. And then since this is after what you would do anyway, let's just grab the Grace here, then make our way to Morth Ruins. Did you need the Dread Talisman? No. That would be a 4th talisman. So I'm testing right now doing 3 talismans, which would have let you skip the Dread Talisman because we already got our 3 at 340. Oh, don't get stuck on the trees. I don't know how I couldn't see the path through there, but whatever. Usually I feel like it's more obvious where to go. $657. Okay, so that was grabbing 3 with ailment. We got him at 340. And it took till 657. How am I gonna write this? Okay. 657 at 340. So 657 minus Morth normally takes 451. That's 206. So it took 206 to get 3 talismans if I do it with Ailing. Okay. Yo, what up, Pyokum? Now let's do it with not getting Ailing. Okay, this is dread. You can do +0 club with 4 statuses and do both at the same time. Yeah, yeah. Because the only weapon that you're using is still a +0 weapon. It's not only damage from that one instance. It's like the real square is like without using an upgraded weapon is really what the square probably should say, but okay. Let's get 3 without ailing. I expect this to be a later time that we gather the last talisman, but a much faster time to get to Morth Ruins. When will you be back from Fast 52? Sunday. I will fly back, but I get back pretty late. After midnight is when my plane lands, so it's probably like 1 a.m. that I get home, and I'm probably not going to want to stream that day. Starting at 1 a.m. So, Monday is probably when we start up the stream again. This is the last stream till Monday. Correct. Simply clone yourself. But both clones would want to go to Fast 52, though. Okay. So now we skip the ailing. Oh, we don't even have a command for Fast 52. I'll just be commentating for Dalmo and Adef doing DLC bingo. 1v1. It is on Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific. Which, I guess for a lot of you is going to be early morning Saturday instead. It's only on Ludwig's channel. Yes. Well, it's on both of Ludwig's channels, his YouTube and his Twitch. But yes. Is it a best of 3 match? No, it's only a best of 1 because best of 3 takes a while and the marathon usually is like, no, that's too long. Because a best of 3, in theory, could take up to 6 hours. It wouldn't. It never would take 6 hours. But imagine you somehow have the longest match of all time that goes for 2 hours. Yikes. Into the longest match of all time that takes 2 hours. Yikes. Into the longest match of all time that takes 2 hours. You know? Like, that's just too much for an event where it's like, okay, we could either get 2 hours of bingo or 6 hours of bingo. 6 out of 52 hours, since that's the whole point, is it's 52 hours long, would be over 10% of... Oh, yeah, we haven't even gotten to the dread yet. This is definitely slower to get, because it was 340 on the previous. Yeah, and I failed to skip. I mean, I didn't, like, fail it. Like, it's just, the game said no, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna continue testing it anyway, but like... yeah, you just kind of lose the square if you did it like this. Bingo is so stressful, it is. Which games will be showcased at this event? There's a whole lot of them. If you go on Twitter, or probably also Blue Sky, but I don't know for sure. I don't have a Blue Sky. And look up Ludwig. He tweeted out the whole list, so... 504, even subtracting the 30 seconds that we lost to the skip shenanigans, that's still... like 430 instead of 340. Yeah, that's like... a minute later that you'd get the square. You definitely get sniped on that. If you're okay with getting sniped and you just really want to get into Skidoo Altus faster... that is, though, possible. You could do that if either you really don't think your opponent's gonna go for it, or you're okay with your opponent going for it because even though they get that square, you're now, you know, 30 seconds ahead and you get the next square or whatever. Deathless Randomizer more stressful. Deathless Randomizer was the most stressful thing, yeah, like ever. Well, Deathless Randomizer speedrun where you only get one shot semi-live event. That was the most stressful. That was like, why are you combining just all the things that all add to the stress? Yeah, 640. I think we got here faster even with the Tialier skip shenanigans. Yeah, it was 657 for the other one. So it was 17 seconds faster plus an additional 30 seconds that it should have been faster from not having the Tialier skip. So it should have been... oh my god, the opportunity cost, if you go for that, is so low. If your opponent doesn't contest you on 3 talismans and lets you go for that synergy play... let's see here. 640 minus 451 is minus 4 to minus 51 is plus 9, 49. 149, but then you have to subtract the 30 seconds that I had to redo it with. Oh, it says 25, but 25 or 30 seconds. So 9. If you just subtracted 30, that'd be 19. 119 cost if your opponent lets you have that synergy. That would be darn good. That would be darn good. But that's only if it's 3 talismans and your opponent just says, "Ah, take it. Go take it." Did someone say Deathless Randomizer? Please, no. Bunch of Skidoo Altus squares. And this is definitely the play. Not necessarily. Not really. Just like, it's the play if you think your opponent's gonna let you get away with it. Because if they go for the other version, then you have spent a minute and gotten 0 squares for it. right? So, like, if you are like, oh no, they're gonna go for Kindred cookbooks instead or whatever, then you spend a minute and get an entire square for only a minute spent. So it either is the best possible play, like that's like pretty much the fastest square you can possibly do if your opponent lets you, or you're just hard throwing, you spent a minute doing nothing when you could have just gone and done anything else and, you know, gotten it. So it would be very exceedingly risky to go for that particular path. Yo, what up, Franny? Burn? I mean, sometimes it's worth it to go for those risky ones to kind of like, you know, almost like you're not really communicating with your opponent in the match, but to basically say, hey, prove it. Prove that you can beat me to this square. Prove that you can, that you are willing to give up your efficiency to beat me. Prove it that you're willing to go for this square and not just say, oh, he'll probably beat me to it, I'll go do something else instead. Right? Just like challenging your opponent, where if they fail the challenge, you're just so far ahead. So, and even if they accept the challenge, you probably still do get the second square because you'd still be ahead of them getting their talismans. It's just that they would have one square and you'd have no squares. You would just have a bit of time to catch up to get the next square. So it wouldn't be the worst thing ever. And if they don't challenge it, it's the best thing ever. So the risk reward might be worth it on it in some cases. If you're facing an opponent and you know they're going to go for it, it would be dumb of you to go for it. But if you're facing an opponent and you think there's a chance they might not, then could be a good gamble. Testing a square while also getting quick progress, so maybe not definitely the play, but not a bad play. Yeah. Okay, anyway. That was 3 talismans. That took a while. That talisman square, because there's 3, 4, or 5, and there were so many options, that took a long while for us to get through, but... Okay. What's next? We don't have a square list now to go for, but I'll just go down the list that I have. Next one... Number of each pot, which can be 3 or 4. I've never seen it be 4 yet, but it does say that it could be 4. Oh, we already did that though, basically, because we already measured how long it takes. So basically 20 seconds, or if we had to go through the other thing that cost us an extra minute. Hold on, let me check the other pot square that we did. Minute 40 was, so minute 40 plus 20, or 2 minutes. If it's for 4 of each, it costs you about 2 minutes. But if it's 3 of each, it costs you basically 20 seconds. It's like almost nothing. But it is dependent on base game player. You don't have control of that one. That's how fast, that's how much your base game player can do. So it's still a great one for you as the DLC player, but if your base game player says, nah, that's not going to work for me, then it's like, okay, we'll give it up. And then the one we just did. How did this get changed? Luckily, I remember that was 3:30. Or no, 4:30. That was 4:30. 4:30. Somehow that got deleted. And then we're just testing. Depends heavily on number of tallies. Okay. We're gonna see all the challenges list. I'm not sure that it's released to the public yet. If so, it would just be on bingobrawlers.com. Hey, just started the DLC right behind the gravesite plane. There's an enclave thing with a bunch of messages saying up. Is there some hidden jumping puzzle here? Like the messages are baiting you. I think the messages are probably baiting you. Is it here where there's like a church and like a guy with a hammer that you're looking at, and then it says up? Because if so, yeah, there's no way up there. That was just baiting. There is a way up at these gravestones right here, but it's not like you're supposed to go that way. That's like a little skip that you can do, a little like speedrun skip. Yeah. Literally right behind the gravesite. Oh, here. Yeah, no, you'd have to go all the way around to get there. There is a way all the way around that can get you to the stuff back there, but it's an all the way around angle. Hola! You can probably make the progress to Romina and have it cost nothing. You can, that's true, but if you were rushing it, is what I'm saying. If you... I'm counting all of these as, what if you need to rush it and you need to beat your opponent to it? What if it's the square that you're saying, this is the square I'm going to get right now? As opposed to, oh, that's a progress square that I'll get once I have the faster thing. That's what I'm saying currently. But I agree. Yeah, you can have the entire things cost almost nothing if you happen to go around to Romina, and if your opponent does not snipe you on it first. Okay, so... Number of each pot. Okay, next one that I haven't done is number of hanging pot bell bearings, which can be 2 or 3. I guess I can put some text on the screen, maybe, to say what we're currently doing. What is this text currently? Ah, it had said 112%. So, current square testing. Acquire 2, 3 hanging pot bell bearings. Whoa. Whoa, it's off the... Here. Close enough. Okay, I think this is one that we should reset entirely for. You're here. Started following you last night. I enjoy the bingo streams as you guys seem like pro Elden Ring players. You all play so well. We have put a lot of effort in. And yo, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm a lot more like... I think I'm a lot more hard practice oriented than a lot of the other players. A lot of the other players, like... obviously put in a ton of practice, but they put in the practice through like matches and stuff. Whereas I'm like totally okay to spend entire days, 8-hour days, multiple streams in a row, just testing stuff and just like, oh, I just want to see if I can find, you know, figure out how to do this skip consistently and stuff like that. Speaking of, there's a skip I want to learn that I've heard about that I haven't ever done before. Supposedly, there's gravestones right here to get down to the forge. I need to take a look at that and figure that out. Very scientific approach, yeah. Which I don't think is the most interesting for you all to watch, but to be honest, like, streaming is a weird thing where I just kind of fell into streaming wanting to play games good and fast. I'm not really a streamer at heart. I'm more of a speedrunner at heart, and speedrunning just happens to involve streaming often. Okay, so it's not too far over here. It's just past this little drop down, and it's just very simple gravestones, like you do with all of them in the DLC. And then from this one, you can just head down. Okay, that's pretty simple. That doesn't take long at all. Yeah, that is good if you already have the Egon one. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. CBD has a ton of natural talent. He loves bingo. Yeah. And I think there are others that also would do stuff like this. I just think they do it maybe more off stream. I don't know that I've seen as much like pure testing. I think Tom does as well. I think I've seen Tom do pure testing streams as well. Chat just gets in the way of the speech. No, chat helps out a lot. Helps out with like mental, helps out with distracting me a little so that I can refocus. Cause like full focus for 8 hours doesn't work. It's impossible. You need distractions to break your focus, so that you can then refocus. And chat is great at that. Kata's also timing and testing a lot for season 3. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kata, yeah. He's just not in this season. Like how CBD went undefeated for 10 matches straight last season. Yeah. Very impressive. Okay. Was it 10? I thought it was 7? Weren't there 8 competitors? So facing every other person would be 7? He went 7-0? No, why do I feel like they had 9? Why do I feel like everyone was 5-4? Like, that there were 9 matches. Were there 10 players? Can I ask an Elden Ring question, as I'm relatively new to playing Elden Ring? Sure. Just to remember when you were competing for 2 gods and practicing Romina. Yeah. Okay, what was I testing? Hanging pot bell bearings. Hanging pot bell bearings. Which 2? I think the only 2 that makes... No. Yeah, I think the only 2 that make sense are... The, what's it called? Prospect Town and the one by ADM. I think those are the only 2 that possibly make sense. Because every other one would just be, like, past that. So I think if you were rushing it, I think that's the only option. Sure that text on screen is for us. Yeah, well. Hanging pot bells. Burnings. Huh. There is an N in there. Wonder how that happens. Or maybe it's beamings. Nope, Bairnings. Okay. Fixied. Is Domo a solo host of every brawler? No, he always does the commentary in pairs. But he is the only person who will always be the commentator, because he's the guy that, like, puts it on. And the commentary is the fun part. He keeps all the commentary for himself. Well, he shares it with one other person, but... Always taking that commentary. Alright, so... We have a testing thing to do. We can either go here, warp back around here. Like, go across the bridge and then do it. Or we can grab this Grace, then this one around, warp back here, climb up, and then do it. Which I think is going to be faster, but let's check. Let's time it. Let's start with the easier way. The sort of standard way. Having difficulty understanding the point of dex builds and dex weapons. Like with strength builds and weapons, there are so many advantages to combat. They stance break so much easier. Their attacks interrupt enemy attacks. They knock enemies down and they do a lot of damage per hit. What do dex weapons offer other than style and aesthetics that make it worth choosing over a strength build? Great question. Great question. Dex weapons cost less stamina generally. Some of them can stagger very well as well, although, you know, strength generally is better at that. And they oftentimes have additional status effects. So, for example, they'll have bleed on their weapons. Some strength weapons have bleed on them too. But all that combined generally leads to dex weapons having higher damage per second if you are just straight up attacking bosses. Or like you are, you know, oh, this is a boss that I'm not really going to be able to stagger. So, you know, I'm just going to try to get as much damage in as I can. Dex weapons can absolutely shred. I would say that there is a fairly even mix between strength and dex weapons in terms of the best weapons in the game. It is not overwhelmingly strength or overwhelmingly dex. I would say my personal preference tends to be strength weapons. I really like strength weapons. I like exactly what you said, that they can stagger enemies. There are some weapons where big strength weapons are way better because they can stagger enemies or NPCs or, you know, whatever else. But there is also enemies that are so weak to like slashing damage that you get a slashing dex weapon and they die in like 5 seconds and you're like, oh, well, that was easy. So the short answer is generally lower stamina costs and can be much higher DPS in some cases. Nice, that was a good first one. Where that higher DPS often comes from status effects. So we do this the normal way. Even if I miss the bell bearing, I'm going to pretend like I get it. In order for timing purposes. Both have their place. Yeah. It's like there are massive stinkers on both sides of just like weapons that are just unusably bad. And there are the greatest weapons in the game on both sides. Like out of the top 5 weapons, I think it's probably like 3 strength, 2 dex or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to actually think about what the top weapons in the game are to say that for sure, but... Oh, I'm gonna pretend like I got it. We would pick it up now. We're pretending that I hit that. I'll need to practice that slightly. Are you going to play Silent Cringe? No, because that's not a game. Will I play Silent Hill? No plans on it currently. I've got to do bingo stuff right now, but... It's possible I might, I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna skip this and go to the Tialie Grace for timing. $5.35. All right, we're pretending like I did that successfully. So $5.35. At Tialie. Costs $3.05 differential. And that's with some like not taking advantage of stuff that you had, but it was also $5.35, and we got the bell bearing. Well, I missed it, but whatever. At $4.38. I also don't know if you could get to where you don't get invaded by ADM. I don't know if there's a way to do that, but either way, let's try it again, but the other pathing. Maybe we hope Elden Ring Brawlers becomes real sport one day with a big audience. It already has a big audience, like... Did you see the over $20,000 that was raised on Domo's fundraiser stream? I watched like an hour of Silent Hill and I have seen exactly one enemy. You can avoid the invasion if you jump to the left rocks. Oh, I probably need to redo that and retime that then. Because that would save a lot. Well, let me try it the other way first. Which will still give me a chance to do that after. We're worth timing how long a second try for a bell bearing takes just to know. I mean, why time a second try when I can just practice for a first try? Because it's not that hard. You can definitely get consistent at it. Just, like, put in the work. Put in the hours. We stay hungry. We devour. You know? Alright, so we're going the other path now. So I'm going to try grabbing the... Ruins Grace here, and then we'll come back and we'll do the skip after. Mitch the Riz Johnson. Extreme mana. It's such a good song aside from the rocks bit. I've only ever heard the rocks bit, so... You may tell me it's a good song aside from that, but I didn't even know it was like a full song. I thought it was just the rock bit. I thought that was the song. Isn't the full thing? Tech 9 is goated. Okay, I don't know that I could name a Tech 9 song. I'm sure I've heard some, but I don't know that I could accurately connect a song that I've heard to the artist of Tech 9. Couldn't point to Tech 9 on a map. That's right. We've heard the one with the rock. No, I've only heard the rock. So, I don't think that's hearing the whole song. I don't think that one would count. We're gonna pretend like I just got that. So that's another thing to practice. But for timing purposes first. You know, if I miss this one, we could have a practice file that could practice both of them. Oh god, it is so dark. Okay, that's fine. Okay, pretty good skip. For it being in the dark and all this. That's fine. I don't think that was the correct pathing, but I don't think it's like that bad to not be 100% correct there. We're gonna again pretend that I got that. Well, darn. I almost got to stay on torrent, so I guess we will have to time it again. But I can make a save file that can practice both of the hanging pot bell bearings. It's a slight win. Not a full win, though. I also forgot to split when it would have gotten the bell bearings. Seeing is a crutch, that's right. Ugh. Wish there was a weapon that could show roughly the same result as Starfist and wasn't really late game. Well, boy, do I have a weapon for you then. A weapon that's almost identical in every way. And only slightly worse because it has a bit more damage at the cost of not having bleed. Even has a funnier name, which is a big plus. The Iron Balls. And it's even better on a lot of enemies that can't bleed. Alright, let's make a quick little pracky save here. And Iron Balls you can get super early. You can get before you've fought a single thing. Were they so broken anyway? The damage calculation has to be off somewhere? No. It's just they recognize the opportunity cost of wait, these weapons range is not. They just don't have range. So they should probably do a lot of damage per second. Hey, I got it. And then... you gotta jump up there like that. I see, I see. And then you get to stay on Torrenton right away. I see, I see. I think you have to go around this bird, because I think if you go right of this bird... no, right of that bird, you don't get dismounted, but you gotta go approximately to there. Alright, let's do it again. I know, it's so annoying. See, that's the... imagine if they didn't have as good of damage and stagger as they have, and they still were that small. You'd be like, oh my god, this is completely unusable. Nice. He may be goated. Okay, so what if you go here? You get dismounted here? Oh, you get dismounted here. So you have to go around enough to, like, go onto this rock. Okay. Yo, Chris! Thank you for the 30 gifted sub. Did the wheel land on me? Did you fail your challenge? Is this... Yo, he failed! Rip Bozo. Rip Bozo. I may or may not have failed. Well, hey, thank you for upping the number to 30 gift subs instead of 25. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry to hear you failed, but also, poggers. Let's go. I knew going into your chat and distracting you and baiting you into adding terrible challenges was a good idea. I knew it. Let's go. Yo. Ah. Missed. Go again. Holy gift subs. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Chris's editor. Thank you for putting this into the video. Hello. More like Starro piss, am I right? This is the wrong set of eagles. Here we go. Ah, too early. Lamau, true. Am I famous enough to hire an editor too? I do have an editor. I just rarely do things that are video worthy, so that's it. It's just like a little bit later. And then you have to go up right there, otherwise you get dismounted. Then you go around this way. And then there you go. Okay. Do it again. Chris furiously Googling how to refund gift subs. Yeah, you just got to do it on the way down. Yeah, that's not so bad. Oh, careful. Actually, maybe that's easier. Hold on. So if you're here, you want to go this. That works. It's probably right on the edge of him seeing you, but it's like stay on the rocks, and then jump up. Yeah, okay, that's easier. That's easier for sure. All right. A few more times. Yo, Chris, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. With the air tool, you could see the box. Ah, well, I mean, I ain't no cheater. I mean, I would be, but I'm too lazy to open the tool, so For now, I ain't no cheater. And you cannot run there. You do have to do a little jump. Okay. Makes sense. Good testing. Star O piss raid. The classic. Okay, and if it goes up like that, you just jump up immediately. Okay, okay. Good, good. Only cheats when it's easy. Only when it's convenient, yeah. How far was how failed was the challenge? Oh, I almost forgot to jump for a second there. Oh. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. Whew. Like 3 away? Oh my goodness. Were they like the 3 hardest, or was it just barely ran out of time?
Bit would never cheat. It's Clara who's been installing mods on his PC when she's playing and forgetting to disable them.
She was on my computer the other day. I can't believe she installed Cheat Engine and ER Tool and the FPS fix. And the secret bingo auto marker. Last were Fist Only Asylum Demon. I don't know how long that would take. It shouldn't be that hard, but would take a while. 5 Poke Doku in a row. I don't know how you win a Poke Doku. And then the Origami Frog. Did finish the frog, though. Okay. It's also Age of War. Just not failing it. I don't know what failing it is. What is the condition for, like, not being able to think of a single Pokemon that fits the whatever things? Because isn't it like there's some, like... I haven't done it, but isn't it like... Oh, you have to think of, like, a fire... You know, from Gen 3, and then you have to think of a fairy from Gen 6 or whatever. Okay, I'm getting pretty good at it. Certainly a lot better than I started it at. Took so much longer than expected. The frog was great, man. I'm gonna have to watch back the video when it gets published, and then write a snide comment. To boost it in the algorithm. Also, I missed. I am not locally recording this stream, so if you want the gifted subs reaction, you're gonna just have to rip the VOD. We'll figure something out. Nice. Surely you've got to write Starro piss if the editor does include that clip. Yeah, it'll. I gotta watch it and I gotta formulate my. Oops. Didn't load. Formulate my comment specifically based on what is chosen. When is bingo? Starts October 3rd. Let him start piss and make him do extra work? Well, making his editor do extra work. This is... And taking 30 gift subs from him, you know. I see this as an absolute win. Okay. Oh, I also still don't think I've collected, the hotel, the hotel room that we shared at GDQ. I don't think I've gotten any money from, Chris or Blanks yet. I think I just, like, forgot to do that. Never asked me about that, yeah. Oops. Well, how about... The totals don't add up. I wonder if it's easier or less easy to have you pay, instead of paying me, and then I pay whoever gets our Airbnb at TwitchCon. If you pay what you owe me to whoever is covering the Airbnb, and then I just pay the rest? Does that make any sense? Does that avoid fees? Or does that make no sense at all, and I'm just complicating things? Ah! We'll make it more convoluted? I mean, not really. I mean, I feel like it's fine. I feel like surely that avoids... Oh, I didn't load the... When was Blanks' new partner announced? Do we have a team name for them yet? Blanks' new partner was announced, I guess, at this point it's yesterday, but within the last day. And, what was their previous name? Oh, it was like Grand Blanks Poo... It was like some absurdly long mashup. I imagine they're gonna get a new team name. They're gonna... Blanks go Puzu... Yeah, Puzui, yeah. I imagine they'll be changing that. We can talk about a TwitchCon if that makes things easier. Yeah, it's whenever. I'm so, like, not concerned with it that it's just like whatever's easiest. I do not care. I do still need to book my flight. We have the place for the 15th to the 20th, is that right? I should fly in the 15th and fly out the 20th? Banjo-Kazooie reference. I see. Blank so Kazooie. Oh. I didn't even get that. Blanks plus Nessanetta, Bayonetta, Blank Sonetta? I could see Blank Sonetta. 15 to 20. Okay. I need to book my flight. I probably should do that tonight before I am gone for several days and then forget about it when I get back. Okay, I think this is probably good enough. Let's go practice the other bell bearing. Blank Sinatra. What happened to Blank's previous team partner, and who is the new one? So previously it was Grand Pooh Bear, and he does not have the time for it this season. He thought he did, so he signed up, but it's like, oh, too many things have come up. I'm not sure exactly what those things are. You could ask him if you wanted. But like I don't have any information on exactly what those things are. And so his new partner is Nessanetta, who I have not really interacted with much before, but she was practicing today, and I went into stream to, you know, tell her some things that she did not know for, like, the squares and stuff, and she seemed very nice, so looking forward to seeing how she does. Will Bingo Brawlers end before TwitchCon? No. It'll just have to be put on hold for one weekend. Bingo Brawlers will have kind of barely started by TwitchCon. Alright, we'll make a save here, I think. So I can practice getting to the spot as well. You've been practicing base game or DLC? Today she was practicing DLC, but I think that's still a little up in the air, because Blanks can do either. And she would need to practice no matter which one it is. So we'll see what they decide. We have 6 teams, yeah. This is wonderfully chaotic. She's gonna be fun. Oh boy. We do love a little chaos. Alright, so it's pretty late that you swing. Single jump and then pretty late swing. More female players would be greatly appreciated and fun for Bingo Brawlers. Yeah. DLC would have less stuff to practice, but more competitive. Yeah. I mean, it's always going to be whoever wants to play. Like, but it's great that she wanted to play. And we have, yeah, Bree as well. DLC would have less stuff to practice, but more competitive. Yeah, DLC has gotten ridiculously competitive. I think base game is going to be a lot bigger, like... Well, I don't know. I've been thinking about what do I think is going to end up being more important to the success of a team in Bingo Brawlers? The base game or the DLC? Where I feel like at an optimal level, it's the DLC. I feel like the DLC, you can so much more easily just like... Oh, this player just has better progress on everything on the board, and they just sweep up and do, and you can get like much bigger blowouts potentially in the DLC. But I think because the base game, it's been longer for people, I think every team has a good DLC player, and I think that, you know, the base game players, I don't know if everyone's going to be like great at the base game. So I think there could be landslides in the base game due to differences of how much people have practiced it. So I don't know. But I do think at optimal level, I feel like DLC... Oh, yeah, that's why. DLC would make the bigger swings. You have map progression that you barely have in base game now. Yeah, yeah. Make more sense for Blanks to do DLC... He's done a season of it, but they'll figure it out. Yeah. And I honestly, I think in her stream, she said she might feel more comfortable doing base game instead of DLC. So they might just swap around like that. I know Blanks has been practicing the DLC or the base game because Pooh was going to do DLC. But if they swap around, that might even end up a lot better for them. If Blanks does DLC and she does base game. Okay. No, my success rate right now isn't great, but let's get better at it. Do base game players have graces unlocked from the start? Some, yeah. A good number, but not everyone. Base game is too big and well practiced and stuff, but DLC everything is compact and everything is easily snipeable. Yeah. Like, it might end up where base game players are always within, like, 2 squares of each other, and then DLC players, you know... might have a swing of like 3 or 4 squares. So it might just be that if you have the better DLC player, you're just like very, very likely to win. But I do not know. This is a lot of base game rando lately. Exactly, exactly. So that's what she was saying, that she has that more comfort on the base game. But that she's been doing rando, she's like, yeah, so I don't actually know where anything is. Because in a randomizer, it's in a different spot. Okay, that was like 3 in a row so far. Okay, okay, we get there. Thanks as the winner of Season 4 should do DLC. He seemed great. I mean, he is great, absolutely at it. All right, we're getting there, we're getting there. How many new squares were added? 5 to 10? I don't remember exactly. It was good to see new folks join Bingo for the first time. 8F, Swed, and Pooh have had the most amazing training arc. Yeah. Swed he has been practicing a ton for this season, and like he has been a monster in practice. Like sometimes he just cooks me and I'm like, oh, how did this even happen? Like I don't understand how he got like this far ahead. Like obviously, it's very possible to beat me. I'm not saying I'm like the greatest gamer ever, but like sometimes he just cooks me and I'm like, bro, I thought I was playing really well and I have like 2 squares to his like 7 for DLC squares. Ah. I guess I gotta wait a little longer. Pop bell bearings reminds me of a match of someone from season 4 tried like 10 times for bell bearing and missed it. Can't remember who it was. Oh no. Okay, don't quite wait that long. Yeah, this one is a little tricky. Who came in with nothing and in the end almost won a game? You could see him getting better in real time. Yeah, and not only won a game, almost dethroned Bushy from the top 4. Like a top 4 player. He almost got a dominant win on that would have prevented that player from being in the top 4. He almost, unfortunately, because it didn't end up working, almost made a giant upset that had playoff implications. Hope Nest does well too, yeah. If you could choose your partner for next season, who would you choose? Like from current roster and someone new. Aggie, probably. I feel like we're gonna make a great team. I mean, I'd also love to get paired with like Chris would be fun. Josh would be fun. CBD would be fun. Tom? Oh, me and Tom could. Oh, we could. I mean, that might be a little unfair. But like, I'm just saying. Well, but like, I really like being paired with Aggie as well. Like, there's just so many people. But I'm very happy with Aggie. I would pair with Aggie every season for sure. Really wouldn't choose anyone else. I mean, who are you choosing over Aggie? Why don't you, you know, hurt some feelings? John Cena. Look, I don't think John Cena would perform very well. I want to win. I don't. And he'd have a face cam going, and it would just be blank the whole time. Not even like a VTuber avatar. It would just be It would just be a blank face cam. Because you can't see him. We're doing Bingo Fantasy League. I guess so. After all, you two are best friends. That's right. They said you could choose anyone. Yeah, but I want to win. So... Miyazaki himself. Oh, okay. Wait, maybe. Apparently, Bushy said he was playing DLC, which is what Swed has been practicing. Oh, that's not great for them. They should probably talk about that. Oh, man. Why is this, like, so hard to get consistent? Blanks easily defeated CBD with a 2-0 who was undefeated all that season. I mean, yeah, you do have to consider there's some variance, but you also have to consider that Blanks did just get way better by the end of the season. Okay, I think if you're close enough, you get a way better hit on it. Didn't check chat that much during matches. Have people been mean to others previously? I mean... depends on the chat that you're talking about. During practice, during people's individual streams, no. None of us would stand for that. During bingo match days, when Domo has literally thousands of people that don't normally chat, suddenly in and chatting just for the spectacle of it, yeah, some people are rude and it's annoying and it sucks. I say it sucks, not that I would want that to be changed. Like I would rather have thousands of viewers and tens of annoying jerks than, you know, not have that many viewers for the big bingo stuff. It's awesome that it is popular, but with popularity is going to come people that do not know the norms at all and go outside of that, and then you have to time out or ban or whatever. Simply form a team with Captain Domo and rig the rules in my favor. Actually, wait, that's actually a play. Wait a minute. Okay, that might be too close, but I liked the idea of it. Can you equip both hand and put club on left to make it easier? Sorry if you already tried that. It is in the left hand. Or is, what do you... Like, you can see it's in my left hand. So it's... Is there a jumping... No, there isn't a jumping heavy while on torrent. Feel sad for Pooh. He almost got Bushy to lose his 7th match and make it a 5-people tie for 2 positions, I believe, but Lamenter was being Lamenter. I think Bushy was tied because he beat Pooh. He would have been out. Not tied if he lost, I think. With great popularity comes great amount of jerks. Well, no. With great popularity comes some amount of jerks. That I wouldn't say is a great amount. I would say it's still a small amount, but it's significantly larger than if you were less popular. For obvious reasons. Not only rude, but their criticisms are so dumb. Any experienced bingo player would understand the player's situation, but some chatter who can see every perspective thinks they know everything. Yup. And there are sometimes valid criticisms where you could say from a player's perspective, they are probably making the incorrect call, but that's not how a chatter, like, understands it or phrases it. Like, a chatter is rarely able to think about the perspective of the player as they are. And even, you know, even if somebody is making objectively the wrong play, even from the information that they have, like, that's going to happen. Nobody can make 100% correct calls, even only saying, just make the best call for the information you have. Nobody can do that. That's still an impossible task. We are all going to make mistakes, especially in the heat and stress of official matches, where it's like, okay, we're starting to get it. Where it's like everything is just, your brain gets fried. Oh, a little too early. In 2v2, I prefer watching on an individual runner's point of view. 4 players plus talking heads is just overwhelming for you. I can see that. I haven't commentated a 2v2 match yet, so I don't know how it's gonna go, but in general, I think having commentary is a very nice thing. And I think that the commentators that we have do a very great job. Okay, I'm getting it. I just gotta get it. Just gotta get it every time. I wasn't great at posting bingo VODs quickly, so I rewatch some on that YouTube channel. Nice. We know when the Fast 52 bingo match will be. Friday at 8 p.m. Pacific. If you're in Europe, that's probably instead Saturday at, I don't know, 10 a.m. or something. Who knows? I don't know how you're... I guess that wouldn't even be 10... At, like, 5 a.m. or something, maybe? Ah. Almost. Park is on commentary this season, isn't she? She is indeed. Well, she had a 6-3 with a tie with Chris for second and third. And then fourth place had a tie for 4 people with Blanks, Tom, Adef, and Aggie, who would have been 5 people for 2 positions then if he lost. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. I was wrong. I think he would have had worse tiebreakers, so I think he would have been out, but I'm not sure. I'm in Asia, and that would be Saturday, 8 a.m. Okay. So you're exactly 12 hours off of me then, I guess. Just keep missing. Like her style of just asking questions because it makes it very informative. Yeah. Okay, there we go. I do feel like the jump angle, the timing is the most important thing. If you get the timing right, you're just like set. But I do feel like the jump angle does a big job of like making sure that it's a wide enough time that you can swing at and still hit it. Like 12 hours, 30 minutes? Wait. You're a half time zone? A half hour off of GMT or whatever? I wasn't the active chatter today, more like silent viewer, but I'm out for today. Gotta get some stuff done, and just wanted to say bye. Really enjoyed the morning with you, Mitch, and chat. Have a good day, y'all, and good luck for the training. Thank you, Copy. Have a good one. Yeah, we are... Oh, that was almost too late, but I think I was just close enough that it worked anyway. Oh, early and not far enough on the jump. If I was farther, I think that would have worked. If I remember right, it was this same bell bearing that the person kept missing. So do this practice good. Yep, I mean, this is the one that you would miss. Yeah, if you jump a little past it, the swing, it like lingers in the backswing. So if you jump slightly past it, you're just much more likely to get it. Half an hour GMT plus 5:30. Oh, yeah, I think I'm -7. So, yeah, that makes sense then. 12.5 hour difference. Nice. Silent viewer F. What's with that fancy F they got? Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. Jump past it, and I think it's just an easy free hit. He says trying to jinx it on purpose so that my practice can find ways to fail so that I can fix those ways to fail. Oh, but it does feel pretty good. Well, you know, it's a fancy game. So fancy. How long does it take to run back up there if you miss the jump? Well, let me run back up there after I hit this one to show you. I mean, I'm not, like, looking at the timer necessarily right now, but it's a little while. It's around here, around this, over here. Don't get stuck on that. And you're back. So yeah. Like 20 seconds, maybe? F for forte, but it can also be a maths function. Did you just say maths with an S? Can't believe you'd do this after all the conversation we had today. SMH my head. Maybe longer than 20 seconds? Well, let's see. If I left there at around 25, slightly before, but we'll just call it 25. And land again at 52. Yeah, it's almost 30 seconds. If you're slow at all, that's probably a 30-second loss for missing it once, which is a lot. Function owned by math. Where's the apostrophe? Ugh. Okay. Vacation. Oh. Vacations! Wait, multiple? Ah. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think we're set to move on. I think that's good enough. I think we can now actually do a timing where I can actually hit both of them. For real this time. My guess was forte, but after thinking on it, I think it might stand for frequency. Wouldn't be a very silent hill if it was Forte. Genuine question. You say stat instead of stats when describing statistics. Depends. I think both are appropriate depending on the way that you're using it.
But I can also that you're not. Then why I am caught.
Yeah. What am I doing setting up? I don't need to set up. This isn't a real...
Goodbye.
I'm just timing stuff. Well, now I've done too much. Anyway, whatever. I'll guess is that the abominations in the game are as a result of some scientific endeavor gone wrong. Who knows? I don't know that we ever have actual lore in a Silent Hill as to why the hills are so silent. I think they're just kind of spooky. This isn't a real match? What? What? The regional difference between math and maths. I was taught British English, and that was maths. Yeah, it's a regional difference. In America, it's math. In Britain, it's maths. Both are used as a singular, though. But I guess stats is also used as a singular. Like, well, how do you use stats? How do you use math? A sentence where you would use the word math or maths. Like, oh, I'm gonna, like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna do some math. I'm gonna do some stats. Yeah, I guess I do say them differently despite them being similar. Yeah. Interesting. Give me the stats, please. Give me the math, please. Yeah? Yeah? I could also say, give me the stat. If I wanted only one stat, not multiple stats, I would say, give me the stat. Hey, what's the stat? What's the... I want to know, you know, the win rate. What's that stat? What was, Blanks' win stat? I would say stat if I wanted one thing, and I would say stats if I wanted two things. I would treat stats as an actual plural of stat. I would also say stat. So I guess similarly, I would say math, and I could pluralize it to maths. And I've described how I would do that before with, like, if I was taking multiple math classes, and I didn't want to say math classes because that takes forever to say, I'd be like, oh yeah, I got gym, then I got 2 maths, then I got, but I would say, and I've got a stats, because I would say stats for a stats class. But I guess that's because you're learning about all of the statistics that you can do. But I guess you could then argue you're also learning about all of the mathematics that you can do. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to time this. I'm going to start with the default way. The simple way. The shrimple way, as it were. Which I'm expecting to be slower, but does get you a much easier path. Give me the stat. Stat! Describing a statistic as a singular or plural, though. The field itself is statistics, which you'd never contract to stat, though. Yeah? I don't think I would. Running the default or the defaults? If there's multiple defaults. If I was shortening default settings to defaults, I would depend on if I'm pluralizing it. I don't know if I'd ever shorten statistics as a field or class. I definitely would. I'm not saying statistics every time. Bro out here saying 3-syllable words. Boy, I wish I could shorten statistics class. That's true. Nice. Good first one. Yeah, in my mind, statistics is a collection of very, like, distinct things. That even if you're like, oh, we're looking at, you know, forms of averages, it's like, okay. It feels like there are multiple different statistics that you're doing at any given time. You're never focused on, like, a single stat calculation. Although I guess you could. And just there, in my natural speech of describing it, I described it as a single stat calculation. Whereas I imagine, you know, the way that you say maths, it would be like maths, even if you're singularizing it. So yeah, they just feel different to me. Different enough that I'm happy to generally put stats as plural and generally put math as singular. Okay, let's see at the time we actually get this marked. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Well, we're gonna pretend then. For timing purposes, we're gonna pretend that I hit that. Dang it, I accidentally pressed forward when I jumped. You'd want to jump in place. Oh, but now the timing is all off. I have to redo it. Sorry, we just wasted 5 minutes of all of our lives. Are you going to practice leveling your skidoo? That's actually a good idea. You're a math teacher after all, not a linguistics teacher, so who cares? Well, I just find it interesting. I did take a linguistics class in college because I just found that interesting. Well, we are getting more practice on the routing for this, so it's not like the worst thing, but it might be practicing for the wrong routing because we might end up finding this is the slower version, but All right, ready, set, go. And this time I'll actually not mess it up, probably. And remember to split. Not a linguistic class. Well, you could probably describe something as linguistic. A ling class. I certainly wouldn't say a lings class. That sounds... That sounds entirely wrong. History and development of words is an interesting subject, yeah. Zerglings class. Where we study StarCraft. Yo, what up, Bria? You're free from coin flip jail. Welcome back. Fighting the urge to say a cunning linguist joke. I hope this is the correct pathing. This feels like it could be the correct pathing. You stay left, then you stay right. H1K, make sure to keep the chat in English. Unfortunately, I do not understand. I believe that would be Russian. It looks Cyrillic as the text. The letters, I guess. Whoa! I did not... I guess I fat-fingered that button. Well, time to go again. Let's stream from your account or Ludwig's? Ludwig's. By the way, the VIP coin flip, if we win, is that a permanent VIP or temporary? It's as permanent as it can be, but eventually there are too many VIPs. Right now, we have already multiple times had to clear out some VIPs because there were too many. There just wasn't room for more. So in order for a new person to win a coin flip, a previous person had to get removed. There's also a redeem... need to do this. There's also a redeem to remove all VIPs. So that does what that says. Removes all the VIPs. So it is temporary in that it can be removed, but there is no direct time limit on it. It's just if VIPs are removed, you will be removed. All right, ready, steady, go. And don't fat finger the map this time. Patiently waiting my VIP to be stripped from me as well. Yep. Ludwig organizes Fast 52. Yes, it is his event. It's a semi-invitational speedrun, I think, charity event. I'm not 100% sure the funds go to charity. I'm pretty sure they do. I don't know that I could tell you what the charity is. Does not play favorite. Zoodle is one of the first VIPs on the latest purge. Yep. To watch Twitch more so you can save up bananas to get your VIP again. Yep. Was FAF 52 announced much? I barely knew it was going on until Mitch brought it up. Not really. It was like there was a few things about it, but I'd say, I don't know, maybe Ludwig's disorganization or just the fact that it's like a not private event per se, but like more invitational than like a super open thing, probably is like, unless you are following Ludwig, it's just like, how would you know about it? It's like a Ludwig thing, and then you either know about it from Ludwig or from the people directly that are invited and going. It's not like a staple year over year thing that has like a big community that everyone is like tweeting out all the dates of everything that's happening. It's still very, very big and very, very popular because Ludwig is very, very big and very, very popular, and so are the people that are going, but it's just not like the same type of a thing as a GDQ, where even the people that are not invited are still like excited and talking about it. Probably more known in his bubble, yeah. Curated, sure, curated is maybe a word. Fast 50 felt like it got announced a lot less time, but 52 seems to fall under the radar. Oh, Fast 50 was announced more. Well, Fast 50 also had like some controversy about the initial like phrasing of it was like, oh, anyone can apply, and this is for the community, and everyone was like, heck yeah. And then they were like, and we've got our lineup of our initial lineup of people to show you, and it was like, Ludwig, this is a picture of 20 of your closest friends. What do you mean this was an open invitation to speedrunners? That's 20 of your closest friends. And then eventually the whole list came out and it was like, oh, okay, no, actually it is, yeah. But yeah, now that it's sort of more understood what Fast 50 and Fast 52 is, like, without the controversy surrounding it, it's just to its own normal advertising amount or whatever. Okay, remember to split once I hit this, because I'm going to hit this. And I did. And I split correctly. Let's go. And now we see how long it takes to get over to Tialier. My closest friends are just the best of us. I mean, like, absolutely no offense to any of his friends. They're almost all people that I watch and like and respect, and they're very funny, and like, it was a darn good lineup. But it was just a lineup of like, this is not the open speedrunning community. It was like a bamboozling. Not like a, this is a bad lineup, you should feel bad about, you should change the lineup. It was just like, okay, then why was the initial tweet before we saw the lineup about, hey, this is an open call, tag your favorite speedrunner and have them, you know, reply to me, and it was like, but I'm sure you had all 20 of these people lined up before you put out that tweet, so why did you put out that tweet, kind of a thing. Which, again, got cleared up, but... Okay, so 518 and then 435.9 is when we got it. We finally have good stats on this one. Stats, because there's two of them. Hanging pop bell bearing. So this was 5:18 at 4:35. Where 5:18, the difference to getting to Tialier normally of 2:30 is 2:48. 2:48 to have the bell bearings. Okay, that's not bad. It's not the best thing, but it's not bad for sure. And now let's try it the other path. Yeah, it's called 52 because it's 52 hours of speedruns. Do it 100 more times to get better. Yeah. But, like, actually, this is one that I have been needing to practice and haven't really done until now, which is good that I've now practiced. Okay, so this is the other way. Have a safe journey. Have a safe journey. Thank you. All right, to Nightfall, and then this time it's Ruins. 3-path, and then port back to Ruins, and then Tialier and all. Oh, reset this. All right, ready, set, go! I also haven't even thought about 3 hanging pot bell bearings yet. Like, what do you do for 3 if you wanted to rush this? Like, I don't know that there is a good third one to do, is there? Like, there's several more to do, but like, I don't know that there's a good third one. One that's like more or less along the way. Doesn't lose too much time. Because you either have to do the Tialier skip down and then go into Elac River. That would be like the next one that you could get. Or you have to try to synergize it later by like doing the one heading to the backside of Shadowkeep or something. There are 2 in Elac if you're over there. Yeah, it's just like the 2 in Elac feel like they're going to take so much time away. And the one in backside feels like it's so late that your opponent's probably going to take it away. But maybe not, because they don't want to go Elac River. I think, honestly, if it's 3, you know what I think I would do? I think I would rush to backside, grab that bell bearing as my first one. So if it gets sniped away, I've hardly spent any time on it, and I'm just set up for backside Shadowkeep access. And then if I happen to get that one and my opponent has not marked it yet, then I port back and do the other bell bearings. I think that would probably be my play. One by Ymir is on route often, yeah. Just because this bell bearing square doesn't mean it has to be a rush, you know? Becomes a whole different beast. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But given that I'm thinking about what if the square was a rush, is what I'm currently thinking about. Obviously, different boards are going to have different squares be the rush squares. I'm just thinking about if it ended up being the rush square. If it was like, oh, this is an oops all late game board. So I need to rush something, and that ended up being the only thing realistically to rush. Is there a square for draining the water? There is. I mean, it won't be on every board, but it is one that is available. No! No! I have to just pretend I got it. Ah, man, that shouldn't have fallen off. I whatever. It's fine. Almost saved. Yeah, we tried. We tried. Bearing still hanging. Yep. Oh! Oh! Ooh, 430. Yeah, this way is just definitively faster. Like, not close. That's over 30 seconds faster. So, yeah. You got it at 347. It's like 45 seconds faster, which puts it down to like a 2-minute square, which isn't that bad. Even with a reset, it's faster. Oh, with that one jump that I failed? Yeah, I mean, that was only like 3 or 4 seconds or something, but yeah. So that is a 430 at 347. I would have to not miss, but that makes it a time loss of 2:00. 2 minutes exactly of time loss. So that makes it a pretty good square. That's better than the average for sure. Okay. Yeah, and then I think I guess it's just only I'm just gonna say it's only rush if it's 2. I'm just gonna not worry about 3. Only rush if it's 2. Because yeah, the 3 would be yeah, if you have to do Elac River, we already timed getting down to Elac River is another like 2 minutes at least. Then you have to buy from Tiali. Like, it becomes like a 4+ minute square. It becomes like a really bad rush square then. So I think we just call that one good enough on that. Okay, let me save this. Documents. This is bingo rush squares data. Okay. And then I think I should go to bed now. Because if I get into a next square, it might take me more than 15 minutes, and then I'm late for getting to bed when I said I should get to bed by 3 a.m. at the latest, so that I get enough sleep, so that I wake up, so that I get to go to the airport and not be a tired little tired. Don't want to be a tired. So I think this should be perfect. Right around the right time. All right. Mm-hmm. Don't leave us. No. Look, it's all so that you guys get to see me do commentary. Commentary at the Fast 52 event. So totally worth it. Safe travels. Thank you. Thank you. Hope Fast 52 goes well. I'm sure it will. I'm sure the bingo portion will go well. Who knows about all the other portions, but I'm sure that the bingo portion will go well. There's just, how would it not? How would it not, you know? All right. Commentary. Yeah, I know. Nobody wants my commentary. I see how it is. I see how it is. All right. Why don't we raid? What about Nova? She is playing Slime Rancher 2. Apparently, no slimes were harmed. I highly doubt that. Slimes are definitely being harmed there. Hope Fast 52 is fun too. Yeah, should be. How many hours of sleep do you usually get? Depends. I mean, like, I like to plan on 9 because I never actually sleep for the full 9. It's like you plan on 9 and then you have trouble getting to sleep. You end up being just awake a little bit longer than you expect. You end up, you know, having to wake up a little bit early in order to get ready beforehand. And it's like, it's just never actually 9. But that's why you plan for 9. So that when plans fall apart, you still end up with like 7-ish is usually like a good number for me. If I can get like 7 hours, I'm usually like, okay, I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Oh, bye-bye.